minutes of practice. Remember, your next ball count. Please remember no more than 2 lane courtesy on either side. Good luck and good bowling. brackets and jackpots, please see the tournament office. Good luck and good bowling.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the advancers round. 108 bowlers. Now on the lanes, one game has been added, so 6 now instead of 5. We will see how things go here. Boy, it should be fun, as it always is at this point in the tournament. Kind of like the real tournament to a degree. Like the tournament has kind of changed a little bit now. So here we go. Mitt Williams Jr. back with you as we open up with 31 through 34 for a little bit. We see Vu. Vu was the last player into the Desperado number at -32. Again, that was 8 bowlers advancing there. 50 bowlers from squad A, 50 bowlers from squad B. And that's how we get 108. 6 games again tonight. 40 bowlers. The top 40 will advance tonight. We talked to Jeremy Thomas during that Desperado squad. He's about to step up on 33. On 31, Brandon Wooten is letter A. Matthew Staniger, letter B. Parker Spencer is letter C. And then on 32, we've got Mickey Coffey. Then on 33, Rick McCormick, Josh Bowen, Vu Duong, and Jeremy Thomas, and Brandon Flora. Then on 35, which we will get to in a minute, Philip Watson, Josh Cameron, Tyler Phelps, Chris Dickus. 37 and 38, Corey Baker, Donnie Johnson, Michael Moore, Brandon Novak, and J.R. Raymond. Again, pins have not carried over. We're starting anew here this evening. They did re-oil, to the good people in the chat. It's strange, but after watching what we saw for the first 10 games, basically, actually 12 games, they look way more playable on the fresh all of a sudden. But it's probably just the eyes deceiving. The early spare by Flora. We've got, looks like the majority of the pairs, it's hard to say actually from over here. Most have 5 and there are plenty with 4. Happy Saturday to you too, Reggie. Andy, let's see. Stouffer, Rathjen are. David is on, he's starting on 11. He will make his way down here in game 4. Rathjen, who made, I should say, advanced via the Desperado squad. Well, I'll find him in a second. Lee is on 18. And he will be the closest he's going to get to us. Actually, no, he'll be on 32 in game 3. Again, as you join, this is game 1, advancers round. Bowling on the fresh, no pins have carried over. It's almost like the start of the event, or starting over in that sense. 40 bowlers after tonight will advance to tomorrow's cashers round based on their 6-game totals here tonight, and then they'll bowl another 6-game block in the morning. Those 12 games will then decide the top 8 to advance to match play tomorrow afternoon. I am looking for Jalen Mosley. Let me go back to see if I can find squad or a squad standings. That's a little bit easier to find. Because unless I'm skipping over him, now I did watch him come into into the building tonight with a couple of totes. That doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean that he's bowling, but I assumed he was. I'll find that for you in a minute. In a second, I'm going to look over at Brandon Novak. He was really good today. I don't know exactly what happened there with Vu, but I just heard him say that it hit his leg. Jalen Mosley on 13. He will reach our area in game number 4. Daniel Dino starts on 17. He'll be on 31 in game 3. And let's see, Chris Corbin was asked about our Fairchild Singles Shootout champion. I will find him in just a second as well. This fresh looks a little bit different. I tell you, I'm gonna go watch what J.R. Raymond is doing here. We saw him this morning, or I guess, earlier this afternoon. And he was playing the gutter. And he was the only one. And we saw Jesse give it an attempt. A couple of attempts, actually. But JR was kind of the only one who was consistently trying to play out there. Saw Michael Moore play out there a little bit, or at least attempt. Josh Cameron is outside. With a few more players on a pair and one more game, you know, things are going to be a little bit different from a breakdown transition perspective. Well, Brandon got the 10 out. I think he went plus 139 for 5 games today. Kyle Troop went plus 119 for 5. Yeah, those two bowled on B squad. Jackson Styles, who heard his name called after A squad was complete. Jackson starts on 27. He'll be on 33 in game 2. Really like Donnie Johnson's game. He's over up on 37 right now. We saw Corey Baker earlier today. He wasn't too bad either. There are a couple of youngsters in the field, at least we've seen during qualifying. What's up, Paul? Appreciate you tuning in. But yeah, Lance Morris. And pretty solid. He's over on 29 and 30, I believe. Good spare by Phelps. That's not the easiest. Well, Philip Watson trying to make this thing work too, but he's actually thrown a few really good shots from out there. I've been watching. There's another one from Novak, the two-time champion. Brandon Novak made it, obviously, and Steve. Oh, come on, Donnie. Thank you for that. Forgot we had 5 on a pair. Appreciate that. Trips with Tom. Boy, we appreciate you as well as Todd. Yeah, that's Donnie Johnson, according to our roster. I watched him earlier. And, man, he's got a really solid game. This fresh, again, it's different. There might have been maybe a consensus effort to not have a ton. I guess I should say not a ton, maybe not as much surface as we saw used on the fresh this morning. I mean, I see surface, but I don't see anything that kind of looks just unreasonable. Like, I'd be surprised if screen was used here this evening as opposed to this morning. Our tournament director, Jason Utzwald, will join us at some point this evening. Oh, that should be good there. Wow. Well, I tell you what, put Donnie Johnson on the watch list. He could get there. All right, Brenda. Let's see. Trent is on. He started on 47. He's going to then make the trip down to the low end, and he'll work his way all the way back to 43. But he will make a stop on 35 in game 5. Linda, you can actually hear that noise. The variable or the skip is variable. So the first move is going to be 6 lanes. The second move will be 8 lanes, then 10 lanes. Then they make the jump for those who do. And then another 8-lane move. So sometimes they skip 2, sometimes they skip 3 pairs, that is. And sometimes even 4. Oh, Wilfredo, that's you. Okay. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you. Those who could break down splits, too. I feel like that's an underrated thing about the tournament. Now, back-to-back opens for Brandon Novak. Breaking down splits and the ability to do that. I watched a lot of people, you know, miss the target, miss a little bit, and just pay the ultimate price. Ashley watching from Australia. What time is it there, Ashley? I mean, watch this. Wow. I mean, like if you tried to, I don't even know if you could serve that up properly. That's how good JR is throwing that rock on the, I mean, literally now he's out on the twig. Here's a good one. Michael Moore, he's been popular in the chat too. I think we've all been where Corey Baker just was right then and there. Threw a good shot, wanted to double heading into the 10th, and did all he could. I'm sure not to just say anything wild. Rick McCormick has put together a pretty solid finish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Quick look at Rick there, right side of your screen. Mr. Thomas. Jeremy struggling a little bit. He was talking about the fresh. He wasn't sure about it when we had him on during the Desperado. That is shot making right there. Try to get a look at the equipment as it comes up and rolls back onto the approach. Cannot tell. But if he is nearby after this frame, I will try to ask him. McCormick did get to 223. High game on 35 and 36 was 211. Look out. Man, the miss makes hurt. Especially on this as we approach the end of game one. We've got a 260 opportunity on 41 and 42. That is, looks like 42E. See who that might be. It's either Keith Schooler or Tyler Widmeyer. It's definitely not a purple hammer, Justin. And I don't think it's a Zen U. What JR's throwing is kind of navy blue. There's a good one from Donnie Johnson. It's that's a good point though. Who was that? Let's see. Lisa said proof that no matter what you put out, somebody will hit it. That is completely true. JR, very experienced player. He was out there again earlier during qualifying, but the angle from what he's doing right now to what he was doing early is a little different. A little bit more right to left here tonight. Novak's going to be in the 170s here. And that is Mr. Schooler. Keith Schooler. Just tossed the first one in the 10th on 41. He's in the 250s. I think Keith just got a break there. He came back with that fist pump like, oh, I got away with one. He's going to be in the 260s. Well, we got one more opportunity to get to that point as well. J.R. Raymond, former Saginaw Valley State alum. Wow. I'm thinking that maybe might be the new, what's that, like the monster. Well, it's probably not a monster, but the Bruiser. It's that new piece from the brands of Brunswick. Pretty impressive. J.R. Raymond and this entire cross will be headed to they're going to 44. I think that's the one, Mercury, the new Bruiser. The Monster Bruiser is the old version. That's the one I know. Like, that one literally was like flirting with the gutter, but I mean, just the perfect angle. But your touch has to be so good at the bottom of the swing to allow you to play that on this pattern. That was impressive. That was about as good as you can get right there. Someone was saying in the chat that maybe you got 9 instead of 8 one frame. Does that make sense? I didn't see it. Someone said it twice. Someone said he got 9 instead of 8 one frame in the chat. I didn't see it.
Oh, it might have been the 6th frame. Oh, no? Oh, yeah, it was the head pin, the 6th frame. Yeah, it was.
But I didn't see it, so, but
yeah.
I'm like, enough people said it, I'm like, well, maybe they're, which one is it? Maybe they saw it.
The 6th frame where it's 8 spare, that's when I left the head pin and made it.
So, we just make it 171, I mean, they're going to come around and check the scores.
I mean, I appreciate it, yeah.
As long as everyone else agrees,
yeah.
You know.
I don't know. I guess I should pay attention.
You know, this is like golf, right?
Yeah.
So people call in and be like, hey, you know, that's a penalty.
I know. I watched it all
In this
last
case,
year.
he was trying to get you an extra 2 pins.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, I said I was going to, I will ask JR too. I'm going to get up and do that. Hang on 1 second. All right, folks, I did talk to JR. It was a knockout bruiser in regards to the equipment thrown, and he had it at 360 grit. Man, that was impressive. Lori, good evening. What I have been doing tonight, or really throughout the day, has been when I receive the standings from the tournament staff, I have been posting them to the Bowlstream TV Facebook page, which for the majority seems to be easiest way to view. Well, we get to see Mitch Beasley, Steve Novak, Brianna Andrew, Jean Perez. The bruiser with snow chains. That's, yeah, that's well done. So as soon as I get the standings, I will read them and then post them. For those of you who may be new, hadn't watched any qualifying today, you are now watching the advancers round as we get closer and closer to determining a champion, but that won't happen tonight. But we will have 40 players who will advance. We're in the game 2 of 6 today. Todd lets us know that we should watch Matt Staniger. We'll certainly be paying attention. Someone mentioned Lance Morris. He's now on 33 and 34. Brandon Wu, now I think he finished in the top 5 of B Squad this afternoon. Or at least in the top 10. He did. He finished 9th. He was plus 12 on the squad. Tom Doherty did advance. By the way, someone asked that question, and I forgot to answer that for you. My apologies. You know what, Weston? I think you were spot on. I think he said that verbatim. Now, I will say this, right? To me, what I'm seeing is they look to be a bit more playable, and again, I think it's because we aren't seeing the 120 grid out there. You know, this morning was like, all right, well, let's see what happens, let's see what's out there. And I think obviously based on those who did bowl A squad, and certainly the B squatters who watched and talked with fellow A squatters and developed a new strategy, if any. You know, still seeing surface, but I don't see anything that, you know, would require, you know, if you go outside and it's snowing. I made a snowman with my son. Like, I don't see any snowballs out there. You know what I mean? That was a clean 362 on that ball. Mitch was just easy going earlier today. I mean, he looked like he was having some fun. Matt Staniger, well, looks like the gutter, at least on 37 and 38, is in play. Jeff, yes, thank you, Anthony. 266, and that was the second game of 260. Keith Schooler had a game of 260 plus. I didn't see his fill. but he had a fill shot to go for 266, 7, 8, one of the other. Ooh, get out of there, 5. Steve Novak is very good at playing the gutter as well. That was probably about 5'6". He's also very good at throwing it hard and firm. And that was right on target. Again, Jason Millian, Mitch Beasley, Brianna Andrew, Gene Perez, Steve Novak. On 37 and 38, Brandon Wooten, Matthew Staniger, Parker Spencer, Mickey Coffey. 31 and 32, Tom Doherty is on that pair. We'll take a look at Tom. He's on a pair with Jonathan Cummins. Braden Fowler, Brandon Coombs, and Sam Woot. And then we've got Jackson Styles. We will check on that group as well, along with Matt Zweig, Brian Bennett, and Lance Morris just next door. Didn't see where that shot was from Jackson, but when I saw him earlier today, he had taken the strategy of kind of moving left and kind of playing around fourth arrow, really not trying to give the pocket away too much, almost like a fallback. Wow, if you just saw that to the left of your screen, that was Jackson Styles. Just nipping enough of the 2-8 to have it go down. Steve somewhat sticks to the landing. Again, the top 40 players tonight, after tonight's 6 games, will advance to tomorrow's cashers round. $600 you're guaranteed to cash tomorrow if you advance. Oh, you must be talking about Vu, Chris. A little bit of the spinner. Takes the lane out of play. His jersey says on the back, oil pattern, ... What's that? Question mark, question mark. Matthew, 108 bowlers. Big Mac, thanks for answering those questions. I know we had some questions on local tournament. You know, I think historically it began as a local tournament, and it has developed or morphed into what really is a national event. And many players from around the country have made their way now to Louisville, Kentucky to bowl this event with 12,500 for first. Just some states that I can see right offhand, and I look at this roster. No cities or states are listed, but this is just me going off memory. Another good one from Staniger. Gene lives in Indianapolis. Let's see here. A.J. Rice from Alabama. There's a ton of folks from, not a ton, but Chicago. So Illinois certainly represented. Trent's from Chicago. Jerry's just from the Chicagoland area in the burbs. Josh Lewis is from North Carolina. Kyle Troop from North Carolina. We've got several players from Ohio. I don't know where Graham lives, but I know he is originally from Canada. Vern Peterson lives in Florida, if he hasn't moved recently. I think Miss Bourget, too, was in the chat earlier asking about Brian. He's going to be on 33 in Game 5. If you are still listening, Miss Bourget. Oh, Ryan Lane, that's a lot of money. Let's see. Cam is from the Chicagoland area too, but he's still making he made the trip from Iowa, from St. Ambrose, along with Jarrell Morris. Jarrell Morris, though, I think is from California. Of course, Tom from Florida. Tom Doherty, that is. Oh, how about that? That Mitch from Tennessee. Kyle is now moving to Louisville. All right. Oh, right. After Graham's, he probably stayed when he was at Urbana, right? That probably makes sense. All right, we'll take a look at 31 through 34 coming up. Let's do it now. See what Tom Doherty's got to offer. I'll tell you what Gene did here. 10 pin. There's Tom Doherty, left of your screen. Trying to get that one there. Come on. 0245. There's Jackson. He really throws it well. Should have saw his reaction when he heard his name, as I think he was the last number here, the A squad this afternoon. Brandon Flores gone spare four-bagger next door on 39 and 40. Well, not next door to what you're watching, but next door to me. Open frame there for Shan Wu. We'll see Jonathan Cummins. Had a chance to get a Get to see his game these last couple of years bowling this tournament. Matt Zweig now with strike open 5-bagger. He 2 out on the gutter. Hard to say from Missouri, but again, just off my first glance or looking at these names. Benji Martinez, he now lives in the Chicagoland area, but originally from, represents Mexico. He's bowling this week. You know what? Colin Smith is bowling, and I think he's originally from South Dakota. Yep. That's why from or representing Arizona. And I'm sure again the Zweig family is watching. Good group tonight. Appreciate y'all tuning in. This is game 2 of 6 if you are just joining us. When we get standings, again, I will tell you what's up. Take a look at, obviously, 40th place and then upload those or post them to the Bowlstream TV Facebook page for easy viewing. You had a field ball earlier, and that ball hooked it like for the arrow. I tried to practice. I was like, maybe I'll wear a little service on it and get it there. Thank you. On cue, the standings have been handed to me by, thanks Zach Zach Dickerson, part of the staff here, the tournament staff. So there were 3 260 or better games in game 1, not just 2. We just had 2 near our area. Sam Wooten shot 269. And that is who we are watching. He's on this pair. Specifically 31 and 32, excuse me. J.R. Raymond, as you saw, 266. Keith Schuler, as I mentioned, or Schooler, excuse me, 264. Matt Zweig shot 246. Cam Crow, 245. Actually, when I was walking down to talk to J.R. Raymond briefly, Cam told me that he has a really good look. Very good ball reaction. He was not expecting that, so be on the watch for Cam here. Matthew Staniger, 239. Zach Tackett, 237. Braden Fowler, 233. R.J. Kern, 230. Brian Halen, 226, along with Mike Moore. This squad, 31 players were even or plus in game 1, with that top 40 number right now being 191. Nicholas, if you missed what I was saying about standings, I'm about to post those, excuse me, on the Bullstream TV Facebook page, because that's just been the easiest way to help viewers find standings after I get them. So if you're not following that page, I will give you the link to it. But essentially facebook.com/BullstreamTV. Oh, congratulations, Zach. Man, my picture's everywhere at LU, my man. I'm just playing. But congrats, though. Look forward to seeing you next year in the collegiate scene. Speaking of collegiate, Matt Zweig, former Arizona State alum. The top 40, by the way, are on page 1. So when you look at the standings, just keep that in mind. Obviously, you'll be looking for your particular players, bowlers, etc., and so forth. Boy, Gene Perez just cannot buy any kind of carry. I'll go back to this group here as they finish up. All right, standings right there again to the Facebook page. If I happen to make a mistake, which I did and it was caught, I posted game 4 standings as opposed to game 5 at the end of B squad, so just let me know. That's a great question, Keith, only in the sense of I'd be curious to see what a lot of answers might be. All right, one more from Tom. asking it to wheel. I do think you need something a little on the stronger side, certainly, just to try to combat the amount of oil that is on the lane. But, you know, with the amount of bowling balls out, and I'm talking about out that are being used today that have surface on them, you know, everything's going to start up a little bit early, but, you know, you're just looking for any kind of small little window for you to get some wrinkle. Like, if you saw what J.R. Raymond did, I mean, just getting enough wrinkle. Wasn't a ton, obviously, but you find enough wrinkle, and then you can kind of do the rest with execution. In his case, touch from the gutter. Gene Perez, he's left, I think, a 4-pin, 6-pin, of course, a 7-pin. It's lucky from the New Jersey perspective that people that I know, no one is standing out on the roster. That's not to say there aren't any New Jersey bowlers. The roster I have didn't come equipped with states, cities, and states. So I went off of the individuals who I knew. Yeah, of course, yeah. And I don't know what Sam Wooten was using, but that got him to 269. And we do know that a knockout bruiser with 360 can get the job done. And Mitch Beasley's good. He's good at bowling. Steve has made at least maybe a couple ball changes this game. Just a couple makeables too, which is unlike him. And Andrew was working on a string. Let's see, I thought Justine Vukovic should have advanced. There she is. She's on the roster. We'll see Justine Vukovic in game 4. She actually crossed with J.R. Raymond earlier today. And I thought she had a good strategy. She was like right around 16, 17, 18. Trying to do enough to get it to wrinkle down lane. Stayed out of trouble, made spares. Speaking of Graham Fott, Graham is going to shoot 280 with a strike on his fill. It's going to be 278 for Graham, and finally some carry there for Gene. So Fa shoots 277. That is now the high game of the evening. See what Graham began his night with. He shot 213 in game 1. So Graham Fa 213, 277. For all intents and purposes, I know Steve is struggling here, but this group overall, this game has been pretty solid. Nice finish by Jason. .257 opportunity for Mitch. Another good one. Someone was asking about sorry, Mitch Beasley's equipment choice this game. It's got some surface on it. I think it's an Eternity with surface. Good shot. Okay. Cool. Park Point, you had a question about someone. And I can't see who is that's a good question though, Andy, but I heard, and I'll Mitch has already made his way. I'd heard he had worked his way back into, I can't say 15 because I don't know, but I think he had gotten past 13 from that sense. I could be completely wrong about that, and I will attempt to ask him. Mitch is back to 15 pounds. Still not quite 100%, he said, but he is working his way back. Plans to bowl the TOC, and then hopefully he'll be 100% by the time the PBA 50 begins. But he is back to 15 pounds. But the 257 looked good either way. All right, got a little special guest and one that knows, I mean, not every bowler in the building, but probably knows a good few. Tony Preston has joined us. I literally was talking about you last night for real. And I said, I don't know if I've seen him actually bowl since college.
Yeah, I tried to hide.
Intentionally?
I don't put in practice, and it's one of those things that my mind says I can do it, but my body says absolutely not. And so it's frustrating. Yep. So it's frustrating for me nowadays because I've always been a guy that had natural ability, and I don't put in the work, and now it's starting to show because I'm damn near 40.
Well, we all are.
How you doing, big guy?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Trying to get through the rest of the night here. Looks like, I mean, I don't know if I anticipated seeing 270. You know, we're not seeing all 270s, but we are seeing them few and far between. We've seen 3 260 games already.
Yeah, I was looking at the scores earlier as they were posted, and a lot bigger numbers in a row consistently. Like, people found a spot that they broke down that they could score more than we're typically used to seeing at a Bradley. And part of that comes with the house lanes not being able to keep up with technology, and people getting the technology of bowling balls being able to create a burn spot, and people will be able to see friction, and they will score off of that.
I have to assume that you bowled this tournament at least once.
I used to bowl when it was down in Lexington a lot at Eastland. And then my career has taken over, so it doesn't allow me to be out as much as I would like to be. But I'm also not at a point in my life that I want to come beat my head against the wall, watching my ball and never hook. I've become realistic with myself here lately that I drift right quite a bit and I send the ball left, and that's not a good shape for here.
So what might it take for you to put this back on the goal list to bowl?
Actually, me getting out to practice.
Okay.
I'm at the point of life that got a kid, soon-to-be wife, and a job, and if I'm not going to practice, I'm not going to come waste, what is it, $350 for an entry? So I can be realistic with myself nowadays.
Tony Preston, former collegiate player at Pikeville. We spent a lot of time bowling against each other back in those days. I know I call them the good old days now.
They were good old days.
Now we get to watch Vern Peterson. We'll see Kyle Troop on 33 and 34. In fact, he just entered on the left side of your screen. Kyle led the B squad. I'm sorry, he was second on B squad. He was leading it for the majority of the day until Brandon Novak got him the last couple of games, but he went plus 119. After one game today. Where's that at? Kyle Troop shot 208.
Couple of 260s to start off. There's a lot of 260s up top.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of threw me for a loop. I saw two. The J.R. Raymond one was right here on 37 and 38. Then Keith Schooler did it. And then Sam Mood I think he might have been on the lower end of the building when he shot 269.
So I wasn't here for qualifying, and I'm just seeing the first two games now. What have you been seeing that's been working for people?
Well, I think a couple of different things. So one, I think a lot of folks had tried to play outside early. J.R. Raymond did it A-squad this morning. He had a much better look doing it tonight than he did earlier, but was still relatively successful earlier. We saw a lot of people trying to play a little fallback, somewhere around 20, just kind of fading it a little bit, hoping to just either A, carry, or B, you know, get the 5 down or get the 10 down and just leave the single pin. And then a lot of folks, probably around 13, 14, 15, the lefties were 4 or 5-ish. And then, of course, you know, a lot of in between. A lot of in between.
Yeah. I was watching Mitch bowl with Steve Novak earlier, and Mitch was playing a little semi-fallback, if you will, kind of more off the back of the ball, keeping it in play, and that's kind of what I was trying to portray to Novak, and he's a little more inside out of the ball, and either it would hook dead early or it would go 60 feet, and unfortunately, I can't portray what I want him to do because he's smarter than me. I love Steve, but I don't know. To me, seeing the success right now is people that can hit off the back of the ball and get it tumbling end over end down the lane, and their tilt's not up early right now, because that's just going to cause the changeover of the synthetics about, what, 5-6 years ago now. This house has always been early hook. That's where you really see the friction spot, bowling league here as well. So you have to get your ball tumbling back to front. And anybody that's inside of it, you're gonna fight a battle right now, in my eyes. Like I watched Graham just shot 270 last game.
277.
And if you watch his ball roll, he's going off the back of it, and it's tumbling from back to front, and it's keeping it in play, but still he's got enough reaction that he can control it. You know, he's taking the 3-7 or a washout out of play, and he's not getting any overhook at the beginning part of the lane.
Now, so for a viewer who is listening to you say what you just described, how would, if someone said, how do I do that? Like, what would be your best way to kind of describe how one would perform what Graham is doing?
In my mind, what I try to do when I see a look like this, I will try to keep my elbow inside to my hip and think about hitting dead off the back of the ball, because natural reaction, your body's going to do what it normally does. It's at the end of the line, you're going to get out of it your same release, but you're just thinking about staying off the back of it. So you're not so far on the outside, and you keep a real big axis or a tight spin on the ball, if you will, like you would on a typical house shot when you're trying to force it down the lane. So maybe something like moving your eyes in a little bit than what you're normally used to looking at, and not projecting it as much.
We got Zach Tackett. See, there were a few players trying to play what Zach was doing.
And that surprises me that there seems to be enough burn there to keep it in play, doing a little fallback, if you will.
Vern doing a little bit of that earlier. There is 5. Weight throws are so good.
There's a lot of people out here I'm jealous of. They all throw it really good.
Someone just said, Ricky Bolin just said that I think that you're being humble. You're still really good.
I don't know what it is. Some people like to give me credit, and I appreciate it. But
Just enjoy it.
I don't want to feel bad about it. I can still score every now and then, but I don't put in the work, and I'm okay with that. You know, life changes for people.
Yeah, I was telling, having that convo with Daniel too, and Mr. and Mrs. Farish. Very similar situation, but you know, you got to pick and choose. You got to be able to. I learned you have to be okay, kind of what you just said, with like not being what you want to be because you don't have time to be what you want to be.
Yeah, and until I put in the work, I mean, you know, life caught up real fast. And so until I put in the work, it's fine. It is what it is, and I'm okay with it. I'll still go out and be a weekend warrior here or there locally. And if I win some, I'll win some. As long as I'm not dead money.
That works.
So something like this, I'm not bowling because I would be dead money.
That's right, Andy. Shout out to my guy Chris too, checking in. Yeah, Chris, you've had some really good days at the Derby here too, I think, right? It's actually almost that time.
He's getting there about a month or 2 away.
This is the home of the Derby. I'm sure, obviously, if you bowled it, you know the center. If you haven't, you should definitely figure out a way to get yourself on a squad, a team, etc. Burn out near the gutter. Oh.
And see, so that's kind of exactly what I'm talking about. I feel like Vern is a little too much off of the side, and if he projects it, it's already got past the friction right there, and it has nothing left on the back end, and you leave something like an 8-10. I feel like if he would get a little bit off the back of it, let the ball roll a little more, you know, he's leaving a half 10 at most there. But he's also a lot better than me. By a lot.
I feel like I thought I saw his name back in the day on this champions list. Maybe I made that up, but I swear I thought he won this.
Let's look at that list. Everybody, like, so a lot of people I don't know here. I know Vogelsang, I know Hannes.
You know Brian Kretzer.
Yep. I remember Brian Kretzer back when it was Eastland, and he used a dolled up eraser pearl. And I was like, this was back in the day of, I was like, still learning, and I seen him do it, and I was just dumbfounded, and he just ran him over, and I was like, wow.
Was the pattern still kind of similar?
Oh, it was Eastland, so it was, in my mind, like, ball technology wasn't there, so it was even tighter.
I keep hearing a lot of stories about when this event was at Eastland, and every one of them seems like some type of classic story, you know, that lives in that makes like that bowling center have this like lore and legendary type aura about it.
And it's sad that we've got to the point that we are losing bowling alleys like that everybody has a good story about, and it's no longer around. It stinks.
Ooh, high flush, good shot there from Michael on 37. A shot attempt. Oh, jeez, that pin right around the 10. We will take a look at Kyle Troop, see how the advancers round is treating him next door. He's on 33 and 34. So who was that? Daniel? Yes, that is Kyle and not his twin. Zeke Bate We saw Zeke a little bit early. We were talking about he, along with several other players, actually bowling this week, chasing the PTQs on the PBA Tour week in and week out now.
Yeah, there were a couple of guys that made the trip from Wichita to here now, correct?
Yes, there were a few. Kyle was there. Tom Doherty made the trip.
Yep, I've seen Tom post on Facebook that he was making the trip, and it's exciting to see that this tournament still has the lure, if you will, to bring names around here. It's still a big deal, and that's the main thing I want to see is with losing bowling centers. I don't like to lose tournaments. I'm a little younger for the high roller and stuff like that. I came up a generation after that, but I miss things like that. I wish I was part of it, or at least had the chance to go experience it.
That's a great point. I would echo that sentiment.
Because, I mean, you're about the same age as me, or
Yeah.
you're a little younger?
I'm 38.
Okay, yeah, I'll be 39 in a couple of weeks.
We're the same age.
Yeah, so there we go.
I got a few months or younger. I'm gonna tease you about it from now on.
I feel bad because I remember the days like Pikeville, Lindenwood. I mean, well, we were big deals back in the day. I feel like a Texas high school dad talking about they went to state back in the 70s and tried to live there.
Well, I mean, you know,
Back in my day.
it's we've reached that point. Now you can tell your kids these stories, and I can tell mine about that time when he whooped up on Pikeville,
Yeah, well,
and then they beat us.
I tell you what, we
And then we
had,
just did the same thing every week.
man, we had some really good bowlers there, I'll tell you that.
Brian Valenta was one of those bowlers. He's in the
Yeah.
chat now. My man Chris Muldrow was on that squad for a little bit. BV, I thought you were going to bowl. I was hoping to see you this week.
I always love Brian because I talk about the time we went to Cleveland and he fell asleep in a shower.
It's a very, very much a Brian. Baby. Come on, grandfather. He's 3'6". All right, let's get. Since we just saw Kyle on the left, we'll keep it here. That was a double, though. And we'll make the switch when he makes the turn to the left lane. We are waiting game 2 scores, and once I have those, I will post them on the Bowlstream TV Facebook page. I do see a, no, maybe I don't. I thought that was a front 5 down on the high end, but I don't think so.
No, it looks like a skip bowler. Somebody didn't show up. They were scheduled to have 5 on their pair. They've got 4, so they're bowling 3 and 1. Seen that earlier when I walked in.
There are a few pairs with 5, few with 5, and actually several with 5 and a few with 4. Bailey Maverick had shot over on 34. That's a good pair with Josh Lewis, Bailey Maverick, looks like Dave Knowles, and Kyle Troop on 33 and 34. Then over on 31, I see Charlie Smith. We talked about him yesterday. Daniel Dino, Rathjen, Jeremy Ciccone.
The one thing I do like about the Bradley, it's fun. Like you can get a cross of people that all kind of agree of how you want to break it down, but then you're at the mercy of following other people, and they could just thrash a pair. Come get your girl has been called.
Okay. Well, you never know. I gotta pay attention and keep your head on a swivel. You never know what might go down.
You put a headset on and
Right.
you're oblivious to everything.
Somebody asked a good question. I'm going to get your opinion on this. If we were just kind of talking about, you know, how one might want to attack the lanes from an equipment perspective. Someone asked, what types of bowling balls might be best based on what we're seeing here. And I feel like there could be an array of answers simply because of what's out there.
I mean, Yeah, I think you have to be able to adapt on the fly, and I think that's how you're really going to attack it. Like, you can come in with one mindset, but you can't be, I don't think you can be committed to just making that work if you want to win. If you're just trying to make a cash line, then yeah, sure, you can, grind your way there at a tournament like this and shoot 190 the whole way and, grab a check and move on about your day. But if you're wanting to win, I think you have to be able to adapt to on the fly. Just like I was talking about earlier with Kretzer, taking a pearl ball at the end of the tournament and sanding that thing down, and that gave him the look. I mean, he was looking for a little more down lane then, but with something that would still roll. I mean, your big balls early are great, but at a place like this, the heads are going to start burning up. And then you're going to leave yourself with 40 feet of, I don't know what the ball is going to do. So there's not a good answer to that, unfortunately, in my opinion.
I think the surface use kind of takes away some of the details, if you will, of a piece of equipment.
Yes. I mean, anytime you have to alter the surface, you're taking away the characteristics of what the ball was designed to do. So now everything else is on the fly. I think it is, me personally, I think it's about more feel at the line and how you get out of it and how you can manipulate at the bottom of the line. And I'm starting to see a lot more now of people that are pointing off the gutter and even hitting off the back of it. And it's either checking early or they're getting 6 on the right. So they're going to have to, there's a fine line. They're not going to be able to move in like you typically would and bump off it, but they're going to have to make some kind of manipulation there. Like we've seen Graham go high now. The last 3 shots I've seen him, he mixed in a strike there in the 8th. But now he's starting to find a little something. So what does he do? He can't move all the way in and keep the 1-2 in play, or does he move further left and try to get to the pocket that way? So do you feel two-handers have an advantage here, or?
Not really, to me. Yeah, perhaps the extra rev or 2 will help them down lane on this. But I've seen plenty of two-handers today have just as much, or I should say, least success as one-handed players. This pattern makes anyone look, for lack of a better term, bad. You can look bad bowling this tournament.
In a hurry.
Quickly.
In a hurry.
But yeah, rev rate wise, sure, I think it still will. I mean, I'd love to have that extra rev or 2 down lane, but I think those who've been able to be nice to it, I think touch has been very important on this. That's why I like Kyle's look, because he's doing what he did earlier, even on the burn. And we're 3 games in now, 2.5 games in, and he bowled on the burn this afternoon, and he's still in the same part of the lane, in the middle part of the lane, being nice to it at the bottom and just kind of letting it float down lane.
So, like a person like Graham right now, and this is going to sound weird to everybody because you're like, oh, you're bowling on 60 feet of oil and the ball's never going to move. But now, obviously, he's got that burn spot early. So I don't know where he goes from there. So me personally, call me crazy.
You're also left-handed, so.
Yeah, well, he's left-handed
right,
as well.
So this is good.
So the way I would look at it, being crazy, is I like this part of the lane. And I know the first 15 feet are hooking right here. So I would actually probably stay the same part of the lane, but try to loft it a little bit. Just to take that early part out of play. Most people think about lofting the ball. They think about, because they're hooking so much.
Right.
But it's hooking early. And it's just delaying your reaction down lane, to me. But I also look at things weird. We got game 2 standings here?
We do. And Graham 5 for the 277. Of course, moved into the top spot at plus 90. Mitch Beasley's, man, he's been just really consistent throughout the day. He's at plus 72. He's second. J.R. Raymond is third at plus 71. J.R. went 205 after the 266. Keith Schooler, fourth at plus 61. And Cam Crow and Matt Zweig tied at plus 57. Matt Staniger at plus 46, that's seventh. Kim Bolaby is eighth at plus 44. RJ Kern is ninth at plus 42. Brandon Biondo is 10th at plus 40. So is Tyler Slawbaum, for that matter. Let's move all the way to 40th. And right now that's Trent Mitchell at minus 18. It's actually a tie for 39th. Of course, if there is a tie tonight for the last spot, there would be a one-game roll-off. So keep that in mind. But right now, after 2 games, minus 18. What do y'all think this cut number is going to be? It's minus 18 after 2. It was minus 9 after 1. We got 6 games instead of 5. How much of a difference will that make tonight?
So we got 6 instead of 5 tonight. And we're at 18 after 2. Just judging off of what we see in front of us in the transition, I think it's going to take a drastic drop here. Not to say it's not going to level off and be what it was, but so if we're looking at 193 a game is currently making the cut, I think it's going to drop to right around 40 after this game. This is just pure speculation in my opinion off of what we see in front of us right now. But they're getting gnarly in a hurry.
What'd you just say? Did you say gnarly?
Gnarly. I'm on the live stream, so I want to use some fun words. I'm from Kentucky. We know this stuff. So right there on 36, even the thing, he's a little bit inside, hitting off the back of it, and that ball rolled 60 feet. But I bet if he went a little bit right, it probably would have jumped through the face. So it's all about how you manipulate it through the fronts right now, just from what I'm seeing. But I don't know. I think people like Mitch Beasley that are playing fallback, and they're controlling that, and nobody else is really messing with their area. They may not shoot a ton of scores, but they're going to be around at the end because they're just keeping it in play.
Drew shot 222. Again, top 40 advance after 6 games tonight. Bailey Maverick is going to be in the, well, another strike here. That will put him in the 230s. 35 and 36 will be just entering the 7th frame, so we'll see them again soon. Probably finish out with 31 and 32 as well. Good shot there for Maverick. He will be in the 230s again with the proper count.
I guess I could look at the monitor and see that we actually have a lot more lanes than what's right in front of us.
Yes, that's 31 through 34. That is currently being watched.
You're fancy.
Trying to get fancier. Thank you for your support, good man.
Wow. And you jinxed him because he didn't get the 230.
Wow. Well, that's what I do. That's a black cloud at its finest right there. He probably got 5. Of course he did. What did he leave? You see it?
He was inside. The ball hooked immediately, and he didn't hit the head pin. He maybe have taken out the 4 and got 5 that way.
That's interesting. Ciccone over there can get into, well, I'm not even going to say what he's going to get. He could strike mathematically to shoot 214.
Mathematically, but at the end of the day, he's going to be plus this game, and that's always a big deal.
Let's see where Jeremy is currently. All right, got some ways to go.
180, 150.
He did strike for 214.
That's going to jump him up there.
This part of it reminds me of like junior gold in a sense, only in the sense of you know, one good game can like move you 20 spots.
I look at it as the days of the old Hoosier Classic. And that tournament was always the hardest thing ever in college. I mean, they would make it brutal.
Yeah, I was trying to tell people because I was there last weekend. And, I mean, it's still the Hoosier. But I was trying to let them know, like, it was just different back then. It's still different and it's still great, and the patterns are still hard, and they actually get harder as the week or the as the weekend goes on.
If I'm not mistaken, I want to say I've seen a Facebook video of the old the mechanic coming out and dressing the lanes with an actual pump.
Yeah, they did that for the 50th anniversary a couple years back. Lynn Nicholson came out literally and did it old school.
They just smack a whole bunch of people in the face. They have no clue what happened. It's like telling kids nowadays that we didn't have cell phones when we grew up. At most, we had a beeper, and you had to figure out numerical codes of what happened. Oh, bub, you tell me when I've overstayed my time here.
I mean, you got one more game in you, right? At least. Let's get to game 4.
I consider I haven't said anything outlandish yet.
That's a positive.
I mean,
Except gnarly.
Gnarly. Don't ask me to spell it. It begins with the G.
Daniel Dino.
See?
Was it singles? He might have been singles and doubles.
He snuck in the cut for singles. He was the number, I believe, because me and him were playing
Yes.
$50 scratch-offs.
Makes sense, yes.
Yeah.
But I was looking at his form, obviously, and I'm like, hey, man, whatever gets you there. I think
I tell you what, I've known him long enough now. I'm not close with him, but like it's impressive. It's wrong foot, whatever, but that guy scores everywhere he goes. And so if you judge a book by its cover and you're betting him money, well, you're probably going to lose because he's probably going to wear you out. There's a reason he's still bowling right now.
well said right there. I like his game. Good question there from Park Point, who asked specifically for you, Tony. Would you mind sharing a little bit about your background? How about maybe when you started bowling? How long you been bowling? You know, what made you go to Pikeville? Those kind of things.
Yeah. So I grew up fortunate enough to be in a bowling alley probably 3-4 days a week since the day I was born. My parents ran a league on Friday nights, and I think that's where it really started. We used to have a thing here in Louisville called the Louisville Masters, and it was 38 or 40 lanes of the best bowlers in Louisville. And you can ask people like Matt Ogle, Tony Lambert. I mean, Matt Ogle's my age, so we grew up in that. But like people like Tony Lambert, Alan Bishop, Mike Wolf, they all bowled that. And so that's really where I learned the game and just being there. I went to Pikeville out of happenstance because I used to go to Ohio for JTBAs all the time. And I met Ron Dameron, who was actually the athletic director of Pikeville. And his daughter, Ladina, bowled. And he started a team there. I was there for the second year of his existence.
So that program was new then?
That program was
Wow.
brand new. I was actually the second year there.
How about
And
that?
so actually I was a really big baseball player back in the day, and I ended up going to Pikeville on a bowling scholarship and didn't play baseball the first year. I ended up walking on the next year. So I ended up playing baseball and bowling. But yeah, because of Ron Dameron and taking his daughter to tournaments up in Ohio for JTBAs, that's where I got started. That's how I went to Pikeville. But yeah, no, the Louisville Masters on Friday nights, I mean, it was a big deal. A lot of cities have their things where all the big bowlers come together. But it was a big deal here. I mean, we had a lot of players, and I won't bore everybody with local legends' names. You know, because we have people like Jimmy Waller, Alan Bishop, or Mike Wolf, or Tony Lambert, and that's where they all got their start at. But yeah, that's how I started. That's where I gained the interest and the passion for it, and then it's just evolved over after that. It's amazing to me now, though, looking back from when you and I were in college, that how big it is taken off on the collegiate level.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, every school has a team, and I think that's awesome.
I think it's, I don't know the exact number, but I think it's close to 300 total programs now have or universities have a bowling program. I just learned about Midway. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that team, but
yeah, I've known they've had a team for quite a while, but there's at least 7 or 8 colleges in Kentucky. Lindsey Wilson, Campbellsville, Pikeville, Moorhead, Bellarmine. And I know U of L had a team for a while on a intramural level, if you will. They didn't go to a lot of tournaments, but I know Aaron Hare used to run that. And then you got Midway. I mean, yeah, but it's awesome to see. I keep hoping for the sport that I love that it regrows, if you will. Because I felt like we were kind of in the midst of it could go either way, teeter either way. And there's a lot of interest in it right now, and it's awesome. It's great to see.
Midway is, I talked about them a lot already this week, and it's because I just saw them at the Hoosier, and both of their teams made the top 8.
Oh, yeah?
And I was very impressed with what they did. And, you know, as we just talked about, the Hoosier's hard. It's hard. You make a name if you do something there.
Absolutely.
That's what they did.
You're a serious person if you can do something there. It wasn't a fluke.
Right. Exactly.
Now, if you ask me if I could tell you what they do or how good they are, no, I don't know. I don't follow that much, which sad, but I'm glad to see the interest of everywhere and giving people an opportunity to go to school, further education, and grow the sport is awesome.
This is the end of game 3. I got Tony Preston in the booth talking about some old collegiate days. He went to Pikeville. I went to Lindenwood. We are now, well, we're seeing, what do we sing? We got a couple of new players now, 31 through 34.
We got Justin Knowles down here on 34.
Zach Tackett, man, he needs this just to get into the 140s. This pair just didn't end up looking good.
With the Sweet Prince, what percentage of the bowling programs are private colleges? can't give you a percentage, but you will see a lot of them that if they get committed to it, those are the ones that are full on, to be honest with you. Pikeville was a NAIA school, which predominantly a lot of them are. But we were afforded advantages that a lot of people didn't. Like you would see a lot of teams show up in a U-Haul with a trailer pull behind. And Pikeville would roll up with 4 guys teams, 4 girls teams with a Greyhound bus. Just because that was the school's backing. But it also helps that the athletic director was the bowling coach at the time. So,
which is very rare.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I can't give you a percentage on that, but I will say you will see a lot more thrown at it on the private college level, if you will.
I think that's fair. I think a lot of the public universities tend to be still have a lot of club teams, or might be predominantly club.
Yep.
And for whatever reason, it seems like a lot of, not all, but a lot of public universities just even haven't moved over or wanted to bring in bowling as a varsity sport. Lindenwood was very similar in that they started as an NAIA school, or were an NAIA school when I was there.
Mm-hmm.
We also had an abundance of teams show up to tournaments on buses because the university was able to fund it as a varsity sport. So, you know, we didn't necessarily have to fundraise, although we wanted to, because there were certain things that we actually did kind of want that they couldn't get, like just, you know, whether it was, you know, new shirts that we wanted and something that, you know, Randy or Phil didn't want us to wear, like little things like that. Or, but yeah, so I don't, that's a really interesting question on the percentage.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you a percentage, but I will say it doesn't make them better. But you will see, in my opinion, you'll see more private colleges afford more opportunity to people because they can build it into their budget that way. If you get to an NCAA or a D1, D2, D3
right, that's
school,
a little different.
It's a lot of public funding, and there's only so much of the cake to go around, if you will.
Yeah, that right there would be, you know, speaking NCAA, so that's like the Vandys and the Nebraskas of the world, where those Vandy is Vandy's not a public school, is it? I think that's a private school. Nebraska is public, but that would be an example to where, because it's an NCAA school, and that's a varsity funded sport at Nebraska. They are afforded all of the what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for?
I'm not in your head. I can't figure
I
it
know.
out.
All of the amenities.
Yes.
The amenities of a Division I Power 5 program.
Speaking of amenities, and I'm going to go Pikeville plug right now. If you could ever find the video, there's a donor that just donated a lot of land and a lot of money for the athletic complex. And I've seen a rendering of what's going to happen. And
At Pikeville?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, basically, they're clearing a mountaintop, and they're getting a new football field, new soccer stadium, new baseball facilities, and they're going to take basically part of a strip mall and make it a bowling alley. And when I talk about Pikeville, Pikeville's got 6,000 people in the city limits. It's the biggest county in Kentucky, like area-wise, but there's only 6,000 people in the city limits, and for them to make the investment on an athletic program, period, I think it was like they donated 25 million. But I watched the virtual flyover and what they had planned, and I was like, I'm a little bit jealous now.
Wow. Okay. I will take a look at that.
Yeah. I haven't been there in probably 11 years. Last time I was there was Cassidy Schaub had got inducted to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's what's up.
And that's the last time I've been there. But heard big things, which makes me proud because I like that little town.
Well, you should feel proud. You helped, you know, it may not seem like it, but you helped by your performances with the squad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the footprint of what went on and what's afforded them to move on, but to me personally, it's allowed me to be who I am. It's provided me with opportunities in life, which I'll forever be grateful.
Coach Joe, I think Trine, we were talking about bowling facilities, I think it's got one of the best ones. I don't know, Tony, if you've seen the Trine facility, but I think QubicaAMF did their installation.
Oh, yeah?
It is open to the public, I believe, on campus, but they've got like blue lanes. Their school colors are like a navy type of blue. The lane surface is blue. Now, Cubica, has the ability. They can make lanes like various colors.
Yeah.
Right? So it looks very, very nice. And then from the actual program, Joe, I think they've done very well from a recruiting perspective. If I was an Ohio athlete, I would certainly look at it. And that's the other thing I'm seeing now is, you don't necessarily have to leave where you're from anymore, depending on where you are. But if you're in the Midwest and you live in Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Ohio, if you don't want to leave your state, you probably don't have to anymore because there's at least 3 to 4 programs in your state, guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Let's get back to the bowling.
Oh, man. So Nolan White has joined us. Matt Ruskowski, he's still playing him like he was playing him this morning, too. And the middle part of the lane. Jalen Mosley is off camera, and Jalen was not happy with himself earlier. He was happy to advance, but he told me, I'm about to go take a nap and get myself ready, just restart my day. And I'll see where he is in the standings. By the way, the standings are updated. I've been updating them on the Bowlstream TV Facebook page. If you got a question about a particular player and you don't see it on the standings, I'm happy to help you. Well, that was a really good shot on 37. We'll take a look at that up close here in a second. I'm in the booth with Tony Preston. Kim Bolaby has joined us. He won this tournament in 2020.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was recent.
He's on 35 and 36. Talked to him this morning or this afternoon, and he said, he's been out there obviously on tour, and he said, man, it's tough. It's tough out there.
It's a whole new world. When I left Pikeville, I actually tried to travel for about 2 years, and not per se the circuit full time, but I tried to make bowling a living, and it's hard. It is hard.
This is who else is with us? This is Scotty.
And we've got Farish on 33, 34, which I'm interested to see where he's migrated to right now. What's he at after 2 that we've got? First 140.
Whoa. 140 game 1. I saw someone in the chat say that AJ Rice shot 144. I'm assuming that was game 2 they were referencing.
Which is fun because...
No, game 1 too for AJ. 144-201 for AJ Rice. There were a lot of low games game 1.
The low was low. And the high was high. The high was higher than I expected it to be consistently. Like maybe 1 or 2 games popped off across the board, but there were more 260s, 240s, 250s than I expected to see. But like I said, I think game 3 kind of overall brought everybody back to reality just from what we've seen in front of us. And from what we're seeing right here, right now, I think a lot more people have migrated in and got off the gutter cap, and they're playing either a little more fallback or just keeping that 1-3, 1-2 in play and taking their medicine and going on. Because if you're playing off the cap, it's going to be great. It's a feast or famine thing. You can get 3 or 4 in a row, but you can also bring 5 into play in a hurry.
Or 3 or 4 as a count.
Yeah, and that's being nice. That right there was a little speed sensitive, if you will. Leaves us 6-9. The fun thing about this tournament is it's kind of like watching kids at a birthday party and they go open bowling on bumpers and you see a lot of funny leaves. you see a lot of fun stuff here right now that you wouldn't technically think you would see adults leave, but that's part of the Bradley. That's what it is. I mean, ball doesn't roll, and next thing you know, you've got weird combinations of spares left, and it's fun. It's fun. Oh God. Pulled it a little bit, slid 6 for 9. Got Jerry Mars over here. He's found a way to get the ball to go through the face on 39, leaving a 3-6-10. Let's see where Farish is at right now. He's going to be up on 34.
Well, he's got the front 3.
Yep, so I'm interested to see what part of the lane he's in. I'm going to say he's probably around 12 or so. I mean, he's not going to take the pocket out of play. But if he's found something that the ball will tumble through the pocket a little bit, slap a 10 out, he's going to be dangerous because he's going to make spares. So I'm interested to see. I would like to talk to him, see what happened with the 140 game, because that's not who he is. There he goes, gets the 5-7 out. It's a nice shirt. Never seen him wear that shirt.
That looks like a tour shirt. I bet he wears that on when he's bowling some regionals.
Some regionals. So I know you've been doing this for a while, but you mainly say tournaments like this, or?
From the Bowl Stream TV perspective, and I give a lot of credit to Craig, who kind of set me up in a great position when he decided to kind of pass it on a little bit. And so he was already streaming the Bradley, for example, and other events like the New Mexico Open. I've been able to do the last couple of years. I got the Wisconsin High School State Championships actually next weekend.
That'd be fun.
It is fun. Great opportunity. It's always great to watch youth, and the youth are great today, which I'm sure you see that all the time now in Louisville and other places. And then there have been other 10K events that have popped up recently, and I was able to stream one in Phoenix, and that's on the schedule again this year as well. And the Midnight Doubles Society, if you haven't heard about that, that's in St. Louis. It's a big, it's kind of a big action game. You bowl 8 games, $1,000 buy-in, and payouts can range from $1,500 to $500 a game, just depending on entries. So those are some of the things that are happening on Bowl Stream TV. And then the other big part of what I do is I still do a lot of the PWBA tour for Bowl TV.
Yep.
And so when the summer hits, which it's almost here, that is what I'll be doing for the most part then. So I'm still kind of full-time bowler, or I should say bowling media member in that sense, since no longer working for a USBC. So I just now.
You're spoiled watching the PWBA. How good are those?
I am.
How good are those women?
I am. It's the best job I've ever had.
I'm telling you right now, they're so disciplined.
They're great.
And they're good. You can't stop it.
Andrew, Game 2 standings can be found on the at that pinned comment up top. It's on the Bowl Stream TV Facebook page. That's the easiest way to do it for me this weekend, at least. Or the Bradley Open tournament Facebook page. I think they've been sharing some stuff for me as well. One day I would like to bowl this tournament, actually.
Colt, I'll tag in for him. I'll let him bowl next year.
I actually would like to bowl.
We're good. I will let him go pull his non-existent hair out.
I would like to bowl.
And I will sit back here and I will laugh with all you all.
It would be funny.
Sweet Prince, the format is they bowl 6 tonight. They advance to the Cashers tomorrow. Is it 5 or 6 in the morning?
It is 6.
6 games in the morning, and then they cut to match play, step ladder bracket, or not step ladder, but match play brackets. And I believe they're 2 out of 3.
Best 2 out of 3, top 8.
Top 8, 2 out of 3. Parrish is stepping up here on the front 4. Lane 33. Got it in a little bit for a 4-7, but fortunately enough for him, he's found a way to break up a split, keep it makeable, keep rolling, and that's typically his game. I'll tell you what, he is not going to take himself out of play for a lot. He may not outstrike you,
right,
but he is, I mean, this is kind of a tailor-made tournament for you, if you will, for him. He's going to be in contention. Whether he gets there or not, that I can't say, but he's not going to shoot himself out. So I was a little surprised to see 140 first game because that's not characteristic of him.
Good spare. A lot of folks have been trying to do what David Stouffer has been doing next door on 35 and 36, and he has just been kind of piping it around 15.
There's a ball change there, crumbled to 5-10.
Wow. Dan Higgins somehow just carried the 3-6-10 in a very strange manner on the right side of your screen. Park Point, that's totally understandable, Rick. And it would have been the tournament updating their standings right on their Facebook page as well. Someone just sent me a note. I think it was Jeff, but I'll be looking into. Typically, the tournaments handle their own standings and post them. I was just trying to be helpful to you, the viewer, give you kind of an easy access point to. Hey, click this. Here's where you can read the standings or see them. I might begin another thread on Twitter, on the Bowlstream TV Twitter page. Someone actually had a very similar situation and didn't use Facebook. So I told them I would make a Twitter thread regarding the standings. So I'll try to do that for you too.
Jalen.
That is interesting.
Jalen takes the 2 out, the 1-2-8. I don't know who this lefty is on 35, but he's got a big backswing.
His name is
Everybody
Scotty?
tells me I have a big backswing. I don't feel it, so I would like to talk to him and go, hey, do you notice you have a big backswing? Because I don't try it.
That's Scotty Kramer.
Scotty Kramer, where's he at?
Let's see. That was game 1. Game 2, he is minus 16 after 2.
He's right at the number. I'm interested to see what's going to be after 3. I made a bold prediction saying it was going to 40, but that was just based off of what we've seen right in front of us. But this house changes from sections.
All right.
We are disco bowling now.
All right. That was kind of interesting.
It's going to be a regroup mental check for everybody there.
Making sure, you know, everyone was paying attention.
Yeah, wake up.
That was interesting.
Tell you what, they made this upgrade to Qubica a couple years ago. And a lot of flashing lights geared towards, you know, open bowling, night play, everything like that. And I'm fine with that. I get it. It's a business. but as a typical bowler, it drives me crazy. Thankfully, when I bowl here on Friday nights, we've got a full house. We've got a 50 team league on Friday nights.
Wow.
Yeah, mixed league.
That doesn't really exist anymore.
Yeah, it does on Friday nights here. A mixed league, 5-person mixed league on Friday nights, 50 teams.
Now break down this like this. I mean, are you doing divisions? I mean,
Now,
just
no, everybody shows up, drink. Like bowling of the 90s. We have a good time. There's pots. And I mean, you have anything from a beginner, a 90 average bowler, to people like, I won't say myself, but we'll say myself, Brett Shepard bowls. I mean, 230 average bowlers. I mean, everybody's in the league. And if you win money, cool. If you don't, you had a good time with people, like the way it should be.
right.
The way it should be.
Which is kind of a long lost art these days.
I mean,
Friday night, what time? 7?
No, it starts at practice at 6:30.
6:30.
We're typically out here 10:30, 11. They got karaoke in the bar every other week. I mean, it's a good time. The secretary of the league, Lynn Kaiser, she works her butt off to fundraise and make the prize fund ridiculous. You're not going to find a lot more than that. We're fortunate in that regard.
Nice spare by Justin Knowles. Knowles has been putting in the work here. Certainly not only this tournament, but this year. And what he's been able to do on the PBA Tour so far.
He's been up there quite a bit, right?
Yep, they can cut after cut. He was just a few shots away from advancing to the second U.S. Open show that he would have been bowling for, or having a chance to bowl for the title. He lost to Kyle Troop in the final match.
Dan Higgins making a run over here with 4 in a row.
Oh, come on, Wayne Jakes. Carry that on the right side. So we'll watch Daniel here, and then we'll we'll check back in with Higgy's Aquarium here. Someone asked about a full roster. That too. The only full roster that I've seen, that again, the one that's not been in my hand, it's shot there by Farish, has been on the Bradley Open Facebook page. And back over to 35 through 38 quickly here, as strikes are kind of starting to mount up on this pair.
Yeah, as bad as it was the last game, it just goes to show you the new people that moved in, they're manipulating it a little bit different. Scores are going up. As far as I can see down, we got a couple of 190s, and that doesn't sound like a big deal, but 190 is a big deal here. A couple of 2 teens. So I stand by my word that I think after game 3 it's going to go down to 40, but after game 4, I think it's going to stay pretty much the same. We're not going to have the 9 drop, 20 drop. No, I think we'll stay the same.
So it's going to be minus 40, you said. Is that what you said?
I said after 3, just
After
based
3.
off of what we had in front of us, I seen a substantial drop. I didn't say gnarly.
We'll go with substantial.
Is it better suited for our audience?
No, I like gnarly.
Okay.
No, I think our audience is a gnarly audience.
They haven't yelled at me yet from the chat that I've seen, so.
Park point. Me personally, I'm good with it. I'm literally good with whatever. Like strings, if it happens, great. Obviously, there are some out there.
No, we got game 3.
But would there be professional tournaments on? I could certainly see once or twice a year. I could see that happening. Would it be a regular thing? I doubt it.
I'll get you a minute. How many are we cutting to for cashers?
We're cutting to 40. Oh,
Not as big of a drop. So the rest of the house is okay. So we're what, minus 24?
yep.
So actually the cut didn't stay on trend. It actually went up. I was just basing it off of what I seen in front of us. But we had dropped 9, and now we're down to 24. So we dropped 6 pins there.
Mitch Beasley has moved into the lead at plus 85. Keith Schooler second at plus 71. Cam Crow is third at plus 67. Graham Fa is fourth at 659. And Kim Bolaby, who we are watching on 35 and 36, is fifth at plus 53. There are 23 players plus, even or plus, through 3 games.
What are we at the cut for top 8 tomorrow?
Top 8.
Well, it doesn't matter because pins drop out tomorrow, don't they?
No.
Oh,
No,
they're-
so the 40 who advance will take their 6-game totals tomorrow, bowl the other 6 games, and the 12-game totals will determine the top 8.
These 6 games carry over. There we
Yes.
go. See, that's how long it's been since I bowled this tournament. I don't even know the format anymore. Look, we got a gnarly in the chat. All capital letters. I love it.
Julian, what's going on with you too? Every time I see you now on social media, you're shooting 300. So you've been out there getting it done.
It's not a lefty house. It is fake news. Never happened. Lefties aren't any good here.
Another strike by Justin Knowles on 33 and 34. So Knowles can get to 257.
And I think there's just technology catching up nowadays. Like, you never would have thought 250, like, just saying it routinely. 250 at the Bradley. Like, 250 at the Bradley, you might as well shot 350 in league.
I heard like a lot of,
It doesn't happen.
right, a lot of those stories where that you know, those events, those types of scores seem not possible for a while.
But it's also a testament of how good people are nowadays. It's not all technology. I mean, a lot of people have taken time to master their craft. They put in the work, and the results show here. And this is a true test of your talent. Regardless of what you see, you may shoot 250 one game, but can you back it up? And you will see the best of the best just be humble in a hurry. And that's why people come year in, year out to this tournament with 12,500 guaranteed on top.
Shot by Dan Higgins. Can he get to the 220s?
Yeah.
Knowles.
He is still playing the cap, and he's found a way to control it. I mean, got a 6-spare, 7-spare in there. I didn't pay attention enough to see what he left.
One was a washout, I believe.
And I can see that because he left a 3-pin there, and he probably projected that a little too far down the lane from what he was wanting. I can always forget his name right there. Is that Nolan?
Nolan White.
Yeah, he's good.
High flush for Higgins.
I would say you want to put him in the 220s, but you jinxed the last guy.
I know. I'm not going to say anything. Although Jeremy Ciccone did strike on his field when I said mathematically. So we'll just use the term mathematically. Mathematically, and Higgins can strike to get to 227.
It's on him.
You cannot argue with math.
Light 10 there on 35. Is that Kim?
Yep. There it is.
I'm kind of out of touch with people too, so I don't know the people that I should know. I know the names, but not faces. This happens when you get old, big guy.
AJ Rice, I can tell you right now as I get ready to post. Let me see or show you Justin Knowles' final shot. AJ Rice, who opened with 140, he's going 144, 201, 199. And right now the defending champion in 62nd place with 3 games to go and now probably just 2. And he's got a little bit of work to do. It's not, I mean, it's still right there for him.
It's surmountable, but
he's minus 54. Knowles shoots 233. A big opportunity here for Daniel Farish. Right side of your screen. Daniel right now at minus 51. Oh, geez. Good Lord.
About as high flush as you can go on this shot.
Wow.
7-9 scouts the 9 out.
That would have he doubles there and he's plus. Well, the wonderful spare shooter that he's always been. He handles that, but man, he was about, I don't know, a millisecond away from not having a single pin to shoot.
The things you get. I blame you.
That's fair. I'll take it.
Yeah, a little inside scoop here. Rolls the 5-7 out. Big double going to the 10. Daniel's going to clean it up. 236. It's a big game. High on his pair. It's going to make some moves.
We're going to have 2 left after this. 2 games left after that gets done here. Someone mentioned Brianna Clemmer. Yes, she did advance. It's actually on 29 and 30 at the moment. Actually, she just threw a triple.
Yep. She's playing inside, a little fallback, if you will.
David Stouffer is be on your right.
She can go out for 14, if I'm seeing that correct.
Yep. Wow.
That was loud. We got headphones on.
Mr. Kramer.
Still loud.
Nice finish there.
7-179, is that what it is?
Sure.
Yeah. Sure. Numbers. It's okay, whatever. Wow. Good shot.
Stouffer, last year's runner-up, trying to get back to the finals. Well, first and foremost, he's trying to cash and get a check. And the only way to do that tonight is to be in the top 40 when you walk out of this building tonight.
I've taken the easy way in, and I've decided that if nobody else shows up in the morning, I will take their spot and their paycheck, and I will be the fill-in. I'll be the alternate.
You're the alternate.
Yeah. Yeah, I decided I'm going to be the alternate.
Rod, no worries. Justin Knowles, after 3 games, is plus 14. Again, he is plus 14, currently in 17th place. That is after 3 games. The cut number after 3 games is minus 24. Current leader, Mitch Beasley. All of these numbers are after 3 games.
Daniel Farish is peeking over our shoulder. Looking at scores.
Kim Bowlby to finish it out here. I'll check on Mr. Utchwall. He probably saw you and was like, oh, this guy said he was going to stop through it. But he saw TP here. Said, all right, well, I'm just going to chill out.
Yeah. I mean, have you not had him on yet?
Not today. He said he was going to stop by.
Good. Even better. I'm going to tag out after this game.
So if you see him,
I will. I appreciate it. And if I walk by game 6 and you're lonely, maybe I'll ask you for a thumbs up again if nobody else objects. I don't feel I embarrass myself too much. We said gnarly. It was in the chat. It's gaining momentum.
we might make a push.
But no, it was fun.
We got this little lull break too, actually. So this will be a good opportunity to, if you need to, at home, refill your beverage of choice, whatever that is this evening. Hang out.
Chocolate milk, you all got it.
Or chocolate milk. Game 4 is officially now in the books here on these pairs. We will take a small break. Game 5 is coming up next. I'm posting the Game 3 scores on the Boldstream TV Facebook page, and we'll find out who's going to advance to this cash round. I do want to thank Tony Preston, taking a trip down memory lane, talking about the good old days of college bowling, what he's doing currently. Congrats again on your engagement and your family.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to see you're doing well. Appreciate you joining me tonight.
Love all y'all out there.
Back with you with more, folks. Boldstream TV. Side, I mean, honestly, it looks like you have more area to work.
You gotta.
I think it depends on who you follow.
Yeah, you gotta, because all the leftists are trying out there, so they create a little bit more hook spot. If we just can get it to hook, throw it early out to that friction spot, it picks up. But if you throw it out late, it goes soon.
Where are you going?
47, 48.
Well, have you seen anything that stood out while watching?
Where this morning's squad, it seemed to jump right up on top of 11 and 12.
Grinding.
Tonight
Grinding.
it's like it's a lot of work. Shot is where the best place to play is left of there. I'm watching the guys. What I told Daniel in game 1 when he struggled, I told him, I said, Daniel, I said I'm seeing the right-hander play 3 errors. I'm watching him play the gutter. I'm watching him play 10. I said, but there's an inordinate amount of guys playing the fallback. More guys than I thought I would see playing fallback.
hear something funny? 200 on the nose of the tournament. This is the first one that wasn't a Dutch. Wow. How does that happen? When I shot the other one earlier, I was like, this is my third Dutch 200 of the tournament. That's pretty impressive.
A lot of 2-ball frames out there. Which, of course, we knew that was.
I mean, right now, I have one open frame for this entire round. And it's an 8-10 that I nearly made.
This round? Or that was
No,
last
this round. I'm averaging maybe 2 or 3 strikes a game. If I throw a turkey, I shoot 2 teeth. But I mean, I left an 8-10 on 49 and 50. I threw it hard. 10 bounced out, but it was spinning, so it spun around the 8 on the pick where I was like, look back, I'm like, I shot 188 because of that. Where I'd be 2-0 the entire block, and I'm like, I would have been happy with that. I wouldn't care.
I appreciate my man Tony Preston for joining us a couple games. We've got 2 games left. And when we left you, of course, there was this very long and extended break. But we do have bowling on 35 and 36 here in game number 5. Number 5, are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? I am. Trent Mitchell, Benji Martinez, Chris Pollard, and JT Cherpesky, excuse me. Then on 37 and 38, eventually we'll see Casey Collins, Ryan Leaderbach, Kelly Countryman, Dylan Vaughn, and Mike Moore. Then on 31, by the way, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Jordan Bryant, Ethan Fiore, Cam Crow, Kirby Allen, and Brett Shepard will be on 31 and 32. Looks like they're coming from the low to middle end of the building. And then 33 and 34 will feature Joe Grondin, Brian Bourget, Carlos Granados, Nate Stubler, and Tony Lambert. But that's a cross right there. Stoney, haven't got that info for you as of yet. Actually, you know, here's the reason why. I look over and they're still bowling game 4. AJ is finishing up on what looks to be maybe 27 and 28. Yep, he's on 27 and 28 at the moment. So that area of the center is just finishing up game 4. Then looks like the high end, they're all into game 5. Brian Bourget just told me, I think by hand motioning, that he might be throwing a backup ball. We will find out. Brett Shepard's made his way over. So bowling is going on 31 and 32. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Appreciate the likes. Hit the thumbs up for me if you haven't already. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Also to Bowlstream TV. We've got a couple more games and then one more full day, 2 full rounds tomorrow of competition before a champion is crowned. And we'll try to find out more about the defending champion, AJ Rice. He just left a 6 split Trent Mitchell. Trent was minus 21 after 3 games. Let's see if I can get a peek at his scorecard if it's nearby. Trent is now at minus 50. Minus 50 through 4. Trying to make this run here. Gabe, you still watching? I appreciate that. I mean, I know you're a fan of bowling. That's why you're watching. That's more appreciated. I haven't seen Nate Stubler almost the entire tournament. How that's happened, I don't know. But he is on 33 and 34. Bourget is going with the backup ball. We'll see. I'll take a look at 33 and 34 here in a minute. Actually still watching. Oh, it's still kind of early, maybe. Because earlier you said good morning, so it's got to be. Or afternoon at this point. So it looks like bowlers have finally making their way down for game 5 to finish up. Or I should say to get game 5 started. And for some teams or crosses on the high end, they're going to be done with game 5 before some crosses even get started potentially with game 5. It is a little rough, Hayden, without question, and it is designed to be that way. That is the Bradley at its finest. I tell you, at this point, you can kind of start to look into the crystal ball a little bit and think about which bowlers are not only going to make the top 40, but who might have a chance to make the top 8. And, at this point, still a ton of people that can get to the top 8. But I'm looking at somebody like Mitch Beasley, who from the start of the day, even though he bowled on the burn, was great. He had the lead in this tournament, or at this point, I should say. At this point right now, after 3 games, he has the lead. And he's looking like someone who would find himself in the finals. I saw Keith Schooler a little bit earlier today. He looked solid, but he came out firing 264 here this evening. Cam Crow told me that he was not expecting his ball reaction to be as good as it is this evening. And he is trying to take full advantage of that opportunity. Graham Fa, always good. Kim Bowleby, he's won this title before. Todd McGill said, watch out for Matthew Staniger, and he's plus 48 after 3. Of course, Kyle Troop. You know, Brett Shepard's been solid so far. Matt Zweig. I mean, there are R.J. Kern. And J.R. Raymond shot 145, unfortunately, in Game 3. After literally putting on a gutter playing clinic in Game 1 on 37 and 38. Brandon Novak was
Literally no waters.
I still got one. Appreciate you.
I'll get one from the bar.
Oh, you don't got to do all that. We'll be done by the time you get to it.
He went on the business.
Okay.
I was like, all three of them. I was like,
Thank you.
all right. Brandon Novak. Well, this is kind of interesting. I just looked through this thing, the first page, a few times. I know I'm not tripping. It could be. It's late, but no, I'm not tripping. Boy, Brandon Novak, 177, 159, 197. Did not expect that. That is minus 67. Again, that's after 3 games, though. But I did not expect to see that. That's a bit of a surprise to me. See where he's going to finish up. I think we saw him earlier today, right? My memory serves correct. He started on some featured pairs. He did. So he's going to end up on 34. So we'll see him next game. I'm not sure what the delay has been. Maybe it was just the walk down. But sure enough, some players look to be done with Game 5 already. All right, getting this Game 5 in. I just saw to my left. You know, I'm a tall dude, but so it's still kind of shocking when I see other people that are a little taller than me. So please welcome Victor Varner to the
What's up,
Bullstream TV.
I'm only taller when I stand up. So.
How you been, man?
Good, man. How you been, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I was watching you bowl earlier. I thought you were gonna get there.
Yeah, I caught a bad pair. I just couldn't get into shape. I mean, the characteristics of this place is from pair to pair. It's an adventure, to say the least.
The what did this pattern? And it's the Bradley. So
Yeah.
most people who are watching this have seen the Bradley in some capacity before. Of course, there are a lot of viewers who haven't seen the Bradley. This is their first experience, and so generally the first question is, what are they bowling on? How long is it? And none of that matters here.
No.
It's just oil. It is lengthy, and you got to figure it out with something. So what did you try to do?
So what we know as bowlers, what we think is like 50, 55 feet, maybe. And then volume, Jason does a good job. He wants to keep the integrity of the tournament. Just let us bowl and figure it out. So you need the ball to hook immediately and keep going. And that's literally the goal. And just make makeable spares. That's about it.
It sounds simple enough.
Yeah, it is, but it's hard.
It looked it's hard, man. Sometimes it's even difficult to explain.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I'll take that over.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't watching.
It's just a whole different animal. Some of the best in the world are here, and it's quite possibly one of the hardest tournaments you're going to bowl, amateur-wise. It's just, you shoot 190, 210, you're in there. Now, they're opening up now. High end, you can hook them a little more than a low end. Low end's way tighter than up high. Now, on the left side, it's a whole different animal as well. We're not seeing the shape that a lot of the righties see.
That seems like it could be a good thing, though.
Oh,
yeah. Most of the lefties, and I was commenting yesterday, like, man, I feel like there's a lot of lefties bowling, which just doesn't always happen, right? But it seemed like on a similar situation, depending on where you got the ball, down lane early hook. If you got to that early hook, sometimes it worked for you. Most of the time, it's probably okay. If you miss that early hook and got the ball to the spot down lane a little too late, you might get 3 off the left.
3, get a washout, maybe 5. You just got to hit that spot. Like, stuff like this is where you start learning the mechanics that you grew up learning that you have to put all together at one time. Like the subtle hand movements, bringing your eyes closer to the lane to get that ball started, like hooking, and try to create some kind of shape. But the nature of this house, like I said, it's from pair to pair. We don't know you don't know what you're gonna get. And if you listen, all the double bouncing, that'll do it too. Because that little skip is going to make your ball skip even more. That's what did it. We had some troubles with that yesterday when we bowled doubles. I kept catching pairs and boom, boom, boom everywhere. It was flat 7, flat 7. It happened.
Linda says, "Hey, by the way."
Hey, Mama. That's my buddy Ryan. That's his mom.
Oh, I know.
Oh yeah.
Me and Linda, we got a connection.
Mama.
She's been watching bowling in some capacity that I've been a part of. I feel like for a few years.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Whatever. Me and
I
Ryan.
think going back to Ryan's college days. Now that I think about it, actually.
Yes. That's we have a great relationship. We call her Mama Linda. You know, it's I bowl a lot of tournaments with Ryan. That's my partner right there. We win a lot. We bowl a lot. We travel a lot. And she's part of the family. So.
Well, it's a silly question, but a question nonetheless, because I feel that I've seen your name spelled in multiple ways.
It's V-I-C-K.
And thank you. Right, real talk. Like, I'm like, wait a minute.
It's never spelled the same ever.
Which shouldn't happen. So I'm like, well, let me just make sure.
It's the German way of spelling it. It's V-I-C-K-T-O-R instead of V-I-C-T-O-R. I've got spelled V-I-K-T-O-R, V-I-C-T-O-R, V-I-C-H-T-O-R. I got weird stuff. I've got plaques on walls like I think I got a Team VA Bowl of the Year plaque that spelled my name wrong, and they did. I've been doing that forever.
I'm curious though, because I feel like you've done a lot of stuff in the industry that a lot of people may not know.
Nope.
And Park Point in the chat too has been very good at what our guests wanted to get a little background.
Oh, absolutely.
And this will give me a good idea because I feel like I don't know that much about you, but I know you do cool stuff. And Linda just told me some other cool stuff about cousins and golf and all this other stuff.
Oh yeah, I got a somewhat known famous cousin, Harold Varner III. He's on tour, PGA Tour.
Okay.
He's out there. He's doing his thing. I'm proud of him. He's young up and comer.
I've heard of him. Yes.
Bright future ahead of him. So I'm proud of him. But no, everybody knows me mostly, social media. I started probably about almost 8 years ago. I started doing stuff with Pete Barta, Adam Barta's brother. They run an organization, NAB Arden,
Right.
which I am part of that. I've been blessed. I've been supporting that for many, many years. Pete, he would do shout outs for like tournaments and stuff, and I would help him find scores and results in tournaments and stuff. And then he got busy with life. He's running his thing, and I just kind of like carried a torch. I just kept on, doing it. Started posting tournaments, posting scores and stuff, and it started, it clicked to me, and I just, I'm gonna do this. Like, bowling needs stuff like that. Like USBC, you shoot 300 nowadays, you get one ring a lifetime nowadays. You don't get the recognition that you deserve. And I think the way this sport needs to grow, there needs to be a voice in the sport. And I took it upon myself to do as best as I can. I've been slacking a couple times. It just with work and other life stuff, it just, and I put so much on the sideburn, I've been slowing down a little bit. But I'm going to get back on it full-fledged. But that's how I started doing scores and tournaments, and networking with a lot of bowlers. Reached out to a lot of pros. I have a great relationship with a lot of amateur pros. You name it. They come talk to me because hey, you got something I can bowl? No problem. I get messages all the time. Hey man, a buddy of mine shoot 300. Can you give me a little shot? Hey, no problem, man. I'll take care of that. Just give me a name and I'll take care of it. And then it spread like wildfire, and I love it. And I'm thankful for everybody that's watching, and thankful for all these bowlers that let me be part of their lives, and try to give them a little almost like a ray of sunshine. Hey, when it makes you feel good when you get that accomplishment,
Right.
and you get the shout out. I got a lot of kids. I got a lot of bowlers, kids, adults. Hey man, I'm gonna get this award score. I need a Victor Varner shout out, man. A lot of them. I get that every year. I'm gonna get that shout out. I got you. I'm like, hey, you let me know. I won't take care of you. Don't worry about it. And then also, I do my thing. Started with that. Then I started when I signed on like years ago with Real Bowlers Tape and stuff. I started doing a lot of stuff with them. And then now that I'm with Bowlify as well, I've been pushing that for many, many years, and I've been blessed with them, and I can't thank them enough for where I've been and where I've gone. And it just bowling is it's taking us places. It's taking me places, and I'm blessed, and I can't thank bowling enough from all the sponsors. Bowlify. I'm part of the Brands of Brunswick. I'm on the Radical, Turbo. Just try to give back to the game, man.
When did you start bowling though? When did you first pick it up?
I started bowling at like around 2 years old. My grandpa, man, he bowled a lot, and I was that kid that I'm gonna go with my grandpa, and where he was at the bowling alley. I used to just sit and I can watch bowling for hours. All these little kids around the arcade. I'm watching people throw a ball and pins and stuff, and it just got to me. Everybody's like, "You want to play basketball?" Like, no, I want to be in the bowling alley. It just entices me. Like, I like basketball. I love all sports, but bowling just does something. It just makes you feel happy. This is my happy place. So I've been, bowling since I was 2, and then my grandpa was like, "You're gonna do this. We're gonna go all in." I got blessed. He coached me forever. Between him and I bowled Stonehenge in Akron, Ohio. So I've been blessed with being coached by Fred Borden. He
One of the greatest.
he took me under his wing when I was a kid, and to this day, and anytime I got a problem, I can just give him a call. Hey, Fred, I got something. Give me 5 minutes, and I'm feeling back to new. But I was blessed and being coached by some of the best in my opinion. So I've been been bowling for a long time.
I don't know I mean, you don't want to assume there was a breakdown, but the delay was kind of significant enough. So I'll ask.
I don't know what just happened. I know 2 people left on AJ Rice's pair.
Okay.
2 people withdraw on that one. But yeah, there's a couple pairs that's open now. Probably. I don't think there was any breakdowns or what. Did you see that second though, where all the lights?
Yes. Yes, I did.
All
Yeah,
the neon lights just-
well, I thought that was about to be a breakdown.
Right. I was like, oh no, power's going out. But yeah, I don't know why there's a little small delay. Well, I mean, everybody's getting tired. It's a lot of bowling to do, so
Yeah.
slowing down a lot. They only got one more game left, so got to make it count.
Yeah, Mike Moore will be making his way. Ryan Liederbach here, Casey Collins is here, Dylan Vaughn is here. And so this group will be just starting game 5 on 37 and 38.
Yes.
If you're just joining us. 35 and 36 is completing game 5.
Oh.
Yes.
That's why they must have had something.
But
They're going down there.
I think everyone here is on the high end right now is completing game 5 too.
Yeah.
So whatever was going on was in between somewhere between 17 to 25. It was in that range of lanes. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Ryan if we get a moment. First shot there for Dylan Vaughn.
He's got a good look, Dylan does.
He strikes a lot.
Yeah, he does. I saw him. He was on our pair yesterday. And he's I think the first time I met him, I was bowling the singles yesterday, and good kid.
Good shot at it from Benji. That's one of those you don't want to see, certainly in the 10th frame.
Yeah, 210.
And he shoots 183.
So right now after 3 is minus 24.
Where do you think the number might get to at this point?
So we're at 24. The way the trend goes, I see after 6, minus 62.
Minus 62, okay.
No problem. The scores are getting, I mean, they're going high-low, but they're more high, I see. There's quite a few that are just destroying them. I know Cam Crow, he's doing some stuff out there.
He's got that tendency to do.
Yeah, he does. Same thing with Mitch Beasley's doing something.
Yeah, I really like Mitch to at this point to definitely make the top 8. Like that's
he's timeless, man. He's a good bowler. Mitch is doing stuff. Graham Falls, he's carving them right now. Kim Ballaby, he's doing good, and Kyle Troop, he was doing some stuff too.
The group over on 33 and 34. We'll be checking in on them here in a second because there's about 3, actually between 31 through 34. They had a few
X's.
players.
Yeah.
With X's. A lot of them.
Like I said, the scores are there. You just got to, find that pocket.
What was the hardest thing for you, and like taking the pattern out of play, so to speak, but knowing that it's there? But what was like the hardest thing for you? Was it like repeatability,
The
execution?
repeatability, because it feels like, stuff like this, you have to hit that dime. Like, see, he got it in and it just never turned over. He might be hurt. He's been dealing with his hand. You got to, hit that spot and be, within a board at most. Because if not, it's either you're picking off 3 or you're going through the beak.
Oh, we'll take a look in a minute. Nate Stubler is putting the game together.
Yeah.
Ryan Bourget had gone to the backup ball.
I've seen quite a few do that, actually.
All right, let's take a quick look. And then you'll see Cam Crow. He might just finish this game real quick.
He's on. Yeah, blower 7-pin backup ball.
Cam Crow, 3 in a row, 8 spare, 3 back.
Oh, good pitch.
He said earlier, when I was walking by after game 1, and he said that he loved his ball reaction. Didn't expect it to be as good as it is. And obviously, when you get that, you want to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. And this is his first year here.
Yeah, first Bradley.
Yep.
He's got now 1 and some change games left to make the top 40 and get a check.
Oh, he has no issue with that right now.
He decides to set a little higher.
How's Tony do, Lambert? He's a repeat winner here.
Tony after 3. By the way, Richard, I do not have scores yet. When I get them, I will let you know. Tony was minus 60 after 3.
Okay. Well, he's trying to bring the right back right now.
Carlos Granado stepping up.
He bowled next to me earlier today. He throws it really good.
He won the RPI
Yes.
a couple of years ago at this point.
Yep.
That was a really good cross, too, on 33 and 34.
Yes.
Granados, Bourget, Joe Grondin, Nate Stubler. I mean, that's 5 individuals who know how to play.
Mm-hmm.
It's just high tide stuff. It's all right.
Boom.
Yeah, man. High
Oh.
tide.
If you're just joining us, this is game 5, the conclusion of it. We're going to go back to 37 and 38 and watch the rest of their game 5. And then at some point, we'll all reconvene in game 6 and figure out what's happening. That's a good question. Baby, what squad did you bowl?
We bowled B squad.
B squad, and then you bowled obviously Desperado too.
Desperado, yeah.
So you didn't get a chance to see the fresh.
No, we didn't touch it. We did fresh last year. We had a little trouble with that one. And plus, we had a late night last night bowling the shootouts, so we didn't get done until late. I'm better off having some rest.
Any questions for Victor Varner while he's in here? He just gave us a nice background involved with a lot in regards to the industry, social media, apparel. Bowlify, for example, represents several brands. That comes with a lot of responsibility too.
Yeah.
From that aspect, why is that important for you to be to have the moniker that a lot of folks, want to be representing certain brands? They want to have those opportunities. What does that mean for you?
To me, being a representative to all these brands, to me, I hold it as almost like a job than just, hey, I'm with so-and-so. No. To me, it's, a lot of responsibility. Like, you do your job. I mean, you put on that jersey or shirt that has those labels, and you represent that company in a manner where they expect you to be. And then, and just be try to be a good role model slash, just good person and just support the brands as much as possible any way you can. Even if you don't post stuff all the time, you can do stuff off the lanes. Talk to people and just help them. Go into a pro shop. Hey, I'm so and so from such and such, and if you have any questions, I'm here.
All right, we do have game 4 scores. Thanks for that note in the chat. Graham Fa has moved into the lead at plus 95 for 4. Kyle Troop second at plus 79. Brett Shepard, the local, at plus 78.
Hello, Jason.
Keith Schooler fourth at plus 64. Mitch Beasley is fifth at plus 58. Justin Knowles is sixth at plus 47. Kim Bolaby is seventh at plus 44. Matt Zweig is eighth at plus 36. Cam Crow is ninth at plus 29. He shot 162 in game 4, but he is making up for that. Of course, as soon as I say that, he just split. Matthew Staniger is 10th at plus 19. The cut number right now is 40th. That's David Stoffer, last year's runner-up, at minus 44. Minus 44 is the number at the moment.
All right. So, 6-3 number is very possible.
Who else is here? Tom Doherty at plus 13, Jerry Mars and J.R. Raymond at plus 12. Tyler Slaubaugh at plus 9, Bailey Maverick plus 7, R.J. Kern plus 3, Jalen Mosley is even.
Young stud, Jalen Mosley.
A.J. Rice is minus 81. And he's got, well, I don't know if he's done with game 5. I think he moved over.
Right
okay.
now.
Well, they're almost done with it.
Yeah, because like I said, there are only 3 bowlers now. He's had some struggles. He's just he's having troubles getting that ball to shape. He's been trying. I've been watching. He's trying every trick possible. Hard point. No, I haven't bowled a derby in years. I haven't bowled a hoinky in years either. I miss those days. I need to start bowling those again.
Brandon Novak update at minus 61.
Oh, wow.
After the slow start, he's there.
He's trying to get it.
Zach Tackett is there too. So there's some really good players who are near the number.
Yeah.
Cody Shoemaker's just outside of it. He's one out. Actually, no, he's tied. That's important to note. There's a tie for 40th at the moment.
Oh.
If there is a tie after all 6 games are complete for the 40th spot, there will be a 1-game roll-off.
Tyrus. Of course I look better than him.
Trent Mitchell at minus 50, and I think Trent got to 2-0. Jonathan Cummins is minus 50. G. Martinez was minus 51, and that 10th frame really hurt. Darren Oravec right there at 748. Yannick Klemmer still got a chance. Joe Grondin, who just finished up, he's still in play. This could go either way.
Yeah.
A lot of different ways, actually, for these final spots.
You never know. One big game. That's all it takes. Dig as deep as you can for that one last game and give it all.
You guys got time for me to jump in for a little bit before I have to put out?
Oh, absolutely. It was good having me on the stream.
I appreciate you.
Hey, anytime. Anybody have any questions in the chat, you can look me up on Facebook, and I'm always here to, just add me as a friend. Any questions, I'm always here. I appreciate all you guys' time.
Thanks,
Big
man.
dog. Hey, not a problem, man. All right, Mr. Jason, that's all you, my friend.
That is Victor Varner.
Hey, no, you're trying to go for it. Do your thing, buddy. I walked away because I got mad. I get mad. I miss my 5 watching this guy. To me, that feels you know, it's a slap in the face to me, the guy that actually wants to try to win.
I agree 100%.
Parker Spencer, Lori, I'll check that out. Well, first let me post those. So, boy, Jason, it sounds like there's been a lot happening.
Yeah, it's putting out fires all evening. It seems like. You know, on the floor side or at the bowling side, it seems like it's going pretty smooth, other than a small lane breakdown. But on the back side, it's just putting out all the extra stuff. So, you know.
Big shot there by Cam. All right, 8 to get him to 230. And he'll be 1 game closer to moving on to tomorrow. Carlos Granados had some tough breaks late. And Carlos probably not going to have enough, even with 1 game left.
And our cut man right now is Stouffer.
Yes, actually there's 2. There's a tie currently. Stouffer and Cody Shoemaker.
And Stouffer was our runner-up last year.
Correct. So we got the TD with us, Jason Utchwall hopping in for a little bit. We've been working on this all day, but
yeah, believe me, I've been trying to make it over here to answer some of these questions you've been holding for me.
oh yeah, that's right. Someone asked earlier about, which was a really good question about 300 games, and I don't know, let me ask the tournament director.
Yeah, when I first took the event over, excuse me, I think there had been 1 in like 10 years prior to that. Since then, you know, other than an anomaly of a year when Wes Malott shot 3 and Tom Smallwood shot 1, which is a rarity, you know, I don't even think we average 1 a year. We haven't had 1 so far this tournament. I'm not saying that it won't happen. I think we may have had 1 last year. It's not even every year, you know. So since I've taken it over, like I said, if I include the anomaly year, 7 years at Eastland, I've been I ran the event, and then here in Louisville for 5, so 12 years total. I've seen 4, 5, 6, maybe 8. So you're looking at about 50% that they've had it, and that's including the 1 year that had 4. So, I mean, you take that one away, which, again, like I said, I'd tell any viewer that would watch that year, there was an issue, unfortunately, on the lane side. You know, I've heard a lot of different descriptions. I'm not going to fault the house or whatever. But, you know, there was unfortunately an oil-related issue. The shot played extremely open. You could see it from the start. And, you know, when you've got high-end quality bowlers like we have across this field, there's a potential to shoot scores like that. Right. So, you know, if you want to go by that, it's about 50% of the time. If you want to take the other 4 away, you're looking at about 1 every 4 years on an average.
That's a good ratio. I mean, you don't even anticipate on this.
No.
You know, I mean, you might luck up.
See the best YouTube clip you've ever seen in your life. I threw a shot. I laid down at 10, throwing it at 5, and I got 1 off the left.
1 off the left?
At the Bradley. And I'm not joking. 140.
That's great.
There will be a clip of it somewhere tonight. I swear to you. Yeah, I threw it that way. And it literally got one off the wall.
I think you hear the greatest stories, you know.
That's definite.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that's not a normal thing either. You don't expect to stand 10 and pitch at 5 and watch it clip a pin off the left. You watch a lot of things like Kelly Countryman was just there on 37 and played it hard and straight typically and rolled it straight up the middle, and that's what a lot of people are doing. But yeah, I've seen some crazy stuff in here over the years. You know, it's. I don't think answering originally, Emil, for the scores. I don't think anyone really comes here with the anticipation of shooting 300.
Oh, sure. I mean, no way.
If they can put 3, 4, 5 strikes together and take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's like shooting 300.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I just had Dan Higgins down there. He was telling me that for the first 3 games, he threw 27 clean frames, and he's sparing everything. You know, and then he goes into the next basically block of 3 and has an open and misses a bucket and shoots 220. You know, in
which
the games
is on
before,
37 and 38.
Yeah, in the games before he couldn't miss. You know, so it's it's a head scratching, aggravating tournament at times. But, you know, not just because I run the event. I participated in it before I owned and operated it, you know, and it's an experience for people. You know, I watch a lot of people that are, regular league bowlers that will come in and they bowl and they grind it out and they do well. And then they go bowl league afterwards and they feel like they've got 40 boards out there to wheel the ball wherever they want, you know. It's definitely different.
There's some questions about your average here in the chat.
Who's average?
What are yours?
Mine?
What are you averaging these days, they say?
I don't bowl too much anymore. You know, I say I bowl a league here on Thursday nights, but I haven't bowled for 5 weeks. I started the season averaging 240, and now I'm averaging 210, you know, so I love bowling. I love the sport. I love creating events like this, and coaching has been a super great experience this year, like I talked to you about yesterday. But you know, I bowl more so with my kids if I can. You know, my daughter bowls, my son bowls. So average-wise, probably 210, 220. You know. I tell the team, you know, you're going to either get 550 or 750. It just depends on the day.
Good question here from Jim Ward. Any chance that the Bradley would move around to other bowling centers in Louisville?
I don't know. It's a good question. You know, it's to me, it's. I mean, it's easy for me to run it here because, you know, I'm fortunate enough to be employed by Strike and Spare, and I run executive. So it's super convenient to be able to be allowed to run your event in the house that you operate. You know, for someone that's a control freak for this event, and I like to be able to have my hands on the pulse of everything going on. I'm able to make sure that my mechanics are on board and they're doing things in a timely manner. And if they're not, I can go down back like I did 20 minutes ago and have a nice quick conversation about why lane 26 should get fixed quicker. You know, I can keep the pace on what's going on with the bar and the restaurant, and then I can go through and take a couple minutes while I have them to jump on the stream, and I can see what's going on with the bowlers and, you know, just generally look and see what's going on. I'd never say I'm not opposed to seeing where. I mean, we're fortunate to have 4 bowling centers for Strike and Spare in the Louisville market. Here at 10-pin, Fern Valley, Clarksville. Clarksville probably wouldn't work because just the sheer size of the center is 26. You know, and in an event this size, you probably need a minimum of 40, 44, the 52 that we have. But I would say for the foreseeable future, it would be here.
Tournament director joining us, Jason Utchwald. You see Cam Curl on the right, and that's game 6 for that group on 39 and 40. This is game 5, still finishing up on 37 and 38. Game 6 is beginning on 35 and 36.
Yeah, it seems like we had a couple of groups running a little bit behind. You know, we had one bowler that I'll say had a little bit of a mishap. So, you know, he's since not been bowling, and the groups are catching up. You know, and advancing 108 is not an even draw across the 50 lanes or the 48 lanes that we're using. So some with 5 and some with 4. So typically it keeps the pace about even. But I've had a couple of good conversations with Cameron. This is his first experience with the Bradley. Did great yesterday in both the events. Him and his partner won the doubles, which that was impressive to watch. You know, and just it's a really different field this year. You know, last year we were fortunate to have a lot of PBA participants. We've had a lot in the past. This year there was a little bit of conflict with events, so you know a lot of the guys and the ladies that typically attend were not able to. But you know, put it in perspective, the number could have been a little bit lower, but it seems like we've got an awful lot of new people that haven't participated before, which is always an encouraging thing to me, and I would say any tournament director really. If you're going to have a year that's slightly down, have a year that's down where a lot of new interest comes in the door. And, you know, it seems like I'd say a vast majority of people have enjoyed it. I haven't heard anyone say that they're not going to come back. They may say that they hated the shot for the day, but, you know.
I mean, do people really give you, and I'm sure this is true for tournament directors, first and foremost. I know feedback is given.
Yeah.
But at an event like this where it typically there's not a lot of change, right? You know what kind of the pattern is going to be, or at least have an idea. Like, you know it's going to be tough. You know what the format is. Like, is there really a ton of feedback that people actually give you from this event?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I get enough feedback still. You know, and some of it is, you know, I don't think any feedback's bad. I'll start with that. I think everyone's entitled to their opinion. You know, for me personally, sometimes I prefer to hear the bad over the good. You know, it's not that you don't ever want a good comment or good feedback for someone to tell you that they've enjoyed their experience, because that's always what the goal is. But hearing people's perspectives, you know, and at least hearing them out, I think super important. You're right. I mean, the event here is pretty consistent in terms of what we've done, and it's taken a little while to get there. You know, over the years it's changed a little. When I took it over at Eastland, the shifts were a little different. I'd say it was definitely a little bit more formal. You know, I think I remember the entire time. My first experience was more like steering the ship instead of running the event. You know, it was sitting back and seeing what the older group had done with it, and like I said, it was very formal. There was a player meeting in the morning, and there was the differences with the shootout on the Friday night, and they never done a re-entry. So bit by bit, we'd made subtle changes. You know, the times and looking at the shot and the pattern and who was bowling and who wasn't. Even a marketing and branding standpoint, which you would know vastly better than I do. I mean, it's making sure the exposure's right so that the people are understanding what you're offering, and then overall getting the event correct. You know, the shot needs to be difficult. That's what it's synonymous with. I constantly have people joke with me, and they're like, Jace, maybe one year do 30-foot flat, and it's just like bone dry out there, and people are going to come in with a chalked up piece of equipment and just see their faces. I'm like, no. You know, so yeah, you definitely get feedback. Excuse me, and different opinions. Some are great. some are just, like I said, hearing people out. I remember the biggest change that I probably made to the event was putting them into re-entry. And the first year I ran it, I had 2 people. It was almost pointless at that point because the 2 people didn't even have to bowl. Really, they could say, I'm paying my money and I'm bowling. And I remember a guy coming up to me and going, that's the worst idea that someone's ever had for this tournament. And I'm like, well, I appreciate your opinion. And then the next year we had like 22 people. Now we probably average anywhere between 30 to 50, depending on the size of the field. And it's just money I'm able to put back in the prize fund. You look at this year and we're, like I said, I'm always honest and I always shoot it straight. We're down some on participation. It shows me some things that we have to do a little bit different. And you and I talked. My last 8 to 10 months has been hectic, to say the least. So putting on the product and being able to get it out there, although I don't feel like I got to do everything that I wanted to, just shows me a couple of avenues to work on. But it's the same thing with like the re-entry. It's not. Trying to think of the best way to put it. It's not. You have to try something different sometimes and encourage different people, whether it's a marketing, branding, change of format. The variable lane skip, for example. People for years, for the Bradley, it always just moved 1 pair to the right. And then it was skip a pair. And then we had a lot of input from, I'll always say, Tom Doherty's always been a great person for feedback. And I've always got along great with Tom, and I sat back with him and some of the other guys, and they talked about even Wolf, and they gave an idea of a variable lane skip, and we had to sit down and see how it would work out, and now it's integrated into the event where 4 years ago it wasn't here. And now people come in and there's no problem. I don't have any complaints about not hitting a certain section of the house.
Right, and maybe, not following the same people the whole time, et cetera, and so forth.
100%. And I think that's something in every event, really. I mean, if you get stuck on a pair, you don't want to get stuck on the same pair. And then secondly, you don't want to get stuck behind the same group of people if those are the people you didn't want to get stuck behind. So, yeah, that's my long-winded response on changes or feedback.
No, I was wondering. But, from the outside looking in, right? And it's like, well, this thing's kind of a well-oiled machine. There can't be a lot of things that people would really be wanting to discuss or suggest outside of maybe, hey, maybe 1 year you do change the pattern and it's a little bit different. I could see that, certainly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and, I definitely appreciate the perspective that it's a well-oiled machine, but that only goes as far as the team that works it with me, When I first took over, I would say it was a lot for myself to digest and change and modify, and then it's building a good group around you. I think it's like with everything else, whether it's coaching or broadcasting or whatever you're choosing to do in this industry. If you build up a good network of people, and the people that you're working an event like this with, it makes it easy. So, when I've got someone like Justin Peach working in the back that's doing all the lane jumps and the variable skips and where people are at and tracking the scores. This year I've been fortunate that I've got a lot of the midway kids that I help coach for the girls, and the guys come out and they're scorekeeping and doing the small things that make it work. My wife goes through and allows me to come out and talk and BS with everybody while she's doing the grind of checking how many different forms of payments I've taken to make sure that everyone gets in. All of those people make a big difference, you know what I mean? It's, allows me to come out and do what I enjoy doing the most of it. Not that I don't mind organizing, obviously, and doing all the planning in the background. I get to come out and talk to the bowlers, BS, have time with you on the stream. Thank the other people that help make the event happen, like every sponsor that we've got, whether it's Motiv, Cubica, 7-Leaf, CBD, any of them that are involved. And it just allows me to do that. So that's, I'd say a compliment to them on the well-oiled machine part.
In the booth with tournament director Jason Utchwall. Let's see. Jim Ward had a question. You may have an answer. Let's see. Well, that seems interesting. What about Kentucky State Tournament? Why do they have that during the winter time? And
I may have an answer to. I don't know, man. I mean, Jim, that's a good question. I think it's something that's been asked on a quite regular basis. You know, I think the thing that people struggle with different events is there's so many now, and there's so many good ones, you know, and there's great tournaments and tournament directors across the nation, whether it's, you know, a Todd McGill tournament or a Jody Boyd or myself with the events I have each year, all the events that Jeremy Thomas is running locally. I mean, I think in a roundabout way to answer the question, when you move an event like that, which is synonymous with a certain period of time, the fear probably from the state board's perspective or state tournament's perspective is where do they move it to and what are they going to run into? You know, for me, as soon as I'm done, excuse me, done here with the Bradley, the Derby starts for us here in April. You know, and so where a lot of centers have downtime, and they're talking, what Jim had said and mentioned about hypothetically putting a state tournament in the summer or moving it. The Derby runs from the end of April until the end of July. You know, and that event is another one that's exponentially grown. I mean, I took it over at 500 teams. Last year we had 715. You know, and this year we're aiming for 800 plus. And then you go in another direction, potentially further past, and you're running into the Hoinky that runs a super long period of time, and they're 900 plus teams. So I agree with the idea. You know, I've been fortunate enough to be on the state board, but I think a lot of people that sit on a lot of boards sometimes, especially locally, and it's not meant as any disrespect, they're creatures of habit. And this is where it's been, and this is how it's been for 15, 20, 30 years, and why would we change it? We're fearful of losing what we've got instead of looking at the perspective of building it more. So, again, long-winded answer, Jim, to the question that you had, but I think that would probably be it, that they're fearful of the move because they're fearful of losing what they have, which in other people's eyes is really not a lot.
170, 180. Mike Moore trying to get 2.7. He does. It's only going to give him the 159. And we got through game 5. All right, Phil shot left on 37 and 38. What group is supposed to come over here? Let's see here. Darren Crane, Kyle Hazelwood, Keith Schooler. Oh, we'll get to see Keith and Tyler Widmeyer. And Keith is in the, what, 4th after 4 games.
Let me feel a little. She needs to stop. All right, wait. All right.
Again, there was also a minor breakdown, which actually delayed things. So we just got done with game 5. and I almost think officially, I think everyone is probably done with Game 5 now.
Yeah, and that's, you know, it's the breakdown. Like I said, we had a bowler that had a little blip of his own. And then, you know, you've got some pairs on 4s and some pairs on 5s. So until the tournament office gets all the scores in for one game that they can process, that's the only thing on there, Daniel, that might cause any delay at all. You know, we've got score runners that are going back to a different system where we catalog the scores, make sure that they're correct, double check them. Sometimes there's a discrepancy on what was written down to what we're seeing, so we want to verify it, make sure it's right, and then hand it off to Emil afterwards. Todd, my friend, there's never a problem with ever giving you a shout out. Todd does great all the time. He came down and ran a great sweeper here at Executive. I think he's got another one coming up quite soon. And his events are always great. You know, I'd encourage anybody in the Ohio, Cincinnati, anywhere that he gets to go and bowl his events. No different with Jody. Two of the hardest working guys I know for tournament directors, along with Jeremy Thomas here in Louisville, that is putting on all these events on a weekly, monthly basis, you know.
All right, J.R. Raymond has made his way back. We've moved officially now to Game 6. The last time we saw J.R. Raymond, he shot 266. I just mentioned the crew that's on 37 and 38. We'll get back to them shortly. All right, so J.R. Raymond. +13th after 4, +12. Again, unsure yet where he is Game 5, but he started with spare, double. The 40th situational 40th place. Again, there was a tie for that spot after 4 games.
First time I've been able to look at the
really
top 40. I've been running. You know, there's a lot of, obviously there's a lot of quality in the field, but you know, just grazing through or looking through the scores real quick. I mean, you've got Graham Fall that was a runner-up. Justin Knowles is a winner or previous winner. Kim Ballaby is a previous winner and runner-up. Jerry Mars and Tom Doherty have made the top 8 numerous times. Tyler Slayball the same way. Daniel Ferris always makes a run. And like you said before, Emil, you know, the tie right now for 40 with David Stouffer and Cody Shoemaker. David was our runner-up last year to AJ. So,
well, I'll tell you, I mean, I'll be honest, you know, those who work in this business on this side of it, you know, never pray for a roll-off.
No. You know, I think it's even tougher with this. I mean, you're already brutally going through. Some of these guys have gone through, by the time they finish tonight, 13 games.
Yeah.
Right? You know, your A squad and B squad are 5 games apiece. And sometimes I think that people that have never bowled before, they try to look at it from the wrong perspective. You're almost winning multiple tournaments. Right? A squad's a tournament of its own, and B squad's a tournament of its own. You're not going to necessarily win the event just because you made it through A squad or B squad.
Correct.
But you definitely don't have to go through the extra unnecessary grind of a desperado in between. You know, so some guys have bowled 7 games before they've even touched this. 8 of them have bowled 7 games before. And again, 8 of them will have bowled 13 games by the time they hit the end of the night. So it's a grind. You definitely don't want to tie at the end of 13 games to go another one.
is interesting to see. At this point, this is game 6. And we saw JR game 1 still in the gutter. So I'm going to have to believe that he hasn't left the gutter for a full 6-game block. I'm sure he's just made ball changes.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, the start was great. He was 471 after 2. But then I've always said to everybody that bowls this event, I don't typically give a lot of feedback. I don't want anyone to think that I'm giving one person over another helpful knowledge or info. But transition is always the trickiest in this event, no matter where it's bowled at. You know, the variable lane skips I think have helped it some, because you're not always following the same people, so you're not getting the same bad break. But you're always going to hit a pair that's just drastically different, and JR's a great example of that. You go 266, 205, which on this is a phenomenal start, and then you shoot 145. You know, so you're barely over even after you were 70 over. So,
and the way he threw it in game 1, I mean, he might as well have been 200 over that game. That's how well he threw it.
yeah.
Brandon Novak also on that pair, and the way it's going for Brandon, just, yeah, very surprised. Again, didn't expect to see him that low in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, after 4, he was 51st, so I don't know what he did last game, but, you know, Brandon's a rarity in this event. He's one of only 2 people ever to have won it back-to-back. You know, it's,
Again, top 40 will move on to tomorrow morning. 9 a.m. tomorrow?
yeah, we're going to, I think we're aiming to do check-in at 8, start at 9. It'll be the top 40 for the cashes round. Everyone cashes. Loaded cash is 600. You know, it's the goal eventually, and that's a little, obviously, a change or modification when you mess with the price fund and try to improve it. The goal is always to pay double, you know, but $600 on a 360 entry. Some of these guys do an early bird. We do that every year. You know, anyone that's looking to get into it for the first time, or they're looking to save a couple of dollars, we do a $250 entry. I mean, you're getting 110 off literally just for buying it early. There's quite a few people in the field today that have won a win-a spot. You know, I encourage everybody that I talk to run win-a spots. You know, I like to see as many people come in. I obviously don't mind if someone's paying full price. But we allow and work with loads of different facilities that are wanting to run them. And as long as we're being paid for the spot, they can run a format they like. We encourage them to use a tougher, harder condition, because we never share the Bradley pattern with anybody. And it gives a lot of guys an opportunity to win their way in. Some of them do it annually. You know, if it's a Tyler Slayball, for example, that bowls locally, sometimes he's come and won a spot. Other times he's paid an early entry. Daniel Ferris has done the same thing. Brett Shepard is arguably one of the best bowlers in Louisville, but he comes out yearly and wins a spot because it just makes sense. You know, if you can win a spot for 75 instead of paying 360 for one,
oh, absolutely,
I'm all for it. You know, it still pays the spot and it still gives you an opportunity. But there's just so many different ways that we're trying to provide for people to get in. Whether it's a discounted rate, like I said, or an early bird special, so they have an opportunity to participate or compete, or just challenge themselves, really. So,
Been having some questions about pins in the center. What pins are used? Are they new? Because I've seen some Stone Cold 7s left. A lot of them on 37 and 38. It's Paul Eston. throws his hands up with jubilation as he strikes.
They're all QubicaAMF pins. Less than 2 years old. I mean, we normally rotate our pins out. Strike and Spare has 15 different centers, so it's just all on a rotational basis. It never really exceeds 2 years on there. And plus, for us, we rotate them summer to fall as well. So, you know, keeping them fresh and maximizing the life out of them. You know, and then it's still, if we have pins that go bad or crack or separate or whatever, we switch them out and keep on rolling. So, I can't honestly tell you when our rotation's coming up. I think it may be next season for us, and we'll have a new set of pins again.
It looks like, well, just about everybody on the low end is complete with Game 6. Looks like the extreme high end is complete with Game 6.
Yep. Yeah, there's a couple that are behind. It looks like 45 and 46. They're about 4 or 5 frames into their game down there. 37 and 38, same way.
Boy, interesting development there. Joe Grondin, he had a chance to shoot 260. Split in the 10th to shoot 235. And again, without knowing Game 5 scores, which we will know at some point soon.
Yep.
But after 4, Joe was just outside that number in 43rd.
Yeah, 235 is a big game too. You know, 744 cut line was at 756. You're 12 pins out at that point. I mean, it's a huge game. I mean, obviously you want to keep that clean in the 10th frame there and go a minimum of 250. You know, but 230 is nothing to you know, blink at either, really.
And his reaction really suggested that, you know, he probably needed one in the 10th. Well, we'll find out. All right, Steve misses that 310. He's thrown it really well, too, throughout the day. 185. J.R. Raymond just left a 710. You can see JR right there on the left side of your screen. And now 710 and then 1-2-10. If you're talking about from when the tournament pays, it's immediate almost.
What's that?
When do you pay?
Yeah, we pay out checks on Sunday. You know, everyone goes home with a check on Sunday. We don't do any of the mail it out stuff. We don't pay cash out either. You know, our CPA wouldn't be a big fan of that. We make sure that we're abiding by everything we're supposed to. So, you know, everything's got a paper trail for what we're sending out. So, or giving out for that matter. So, players by 2:30 that don't make the top 8, they'll have checks to go home with. The same, excuse me, the same with the top 8 as well. When they're done, they'll be issued their checks, and that'll be a wrap pretty much.
Almost a wrap on Game 6 here tonight. So what do you, every year you watch this thing, right? Do you start thinking about, you know, predictions, not necessarily who's going to win, but how it might happen, how the scores might go down just based on experience, and maybe if you even get a chance to watch bowling, which you haven't had a lot to watch today.
No, not today. Yeah, I mean, I always like to walk through. you know, from start to finish, really. You know, I think I walked through on game 1 of the first block and watch every pair when it first starts. You know, for me, it's just making sure that the oil pattern is reading and reacting the way that I anticipated that it would. You know, that falls back to watching winning spots. It's great for the winning spots, and I love them for the bowlers. But you don't get a true read until you've got the volume of players that you've got here. You can guess how it's going to work, and this year I think the pattern is played very, very comparable to what I expected that it would. So I watched that from the start. I get to watch Squad 2 because it's really interesting to me to see how the lane breaks with how the pattern is designed and it breaking through with the different players that hit it and how they're playing it. Prediction-wise, you know, when it gets to the top 40, I try to take a little bit of time there to see who's in and where they're at. And, you know, again, it's really interesting to talk to the players and spectators, really. You know, there's a lot of people that anticipate just because you're in 40th that you have no chance of making the top 8. And that's not really realistic either in this event. You know, my first year experience with it, I watched Tom Smallwood jump from 40th to 8th, and I watched Tony Lambert jump from 26th to 1st. You know, it can change so drastically. So just to watch the people, and for me, it's maybe not so much the player, but the motion of the ball on the shot. Some people just have it on that day when they get to Sunday, and something's either changed or they've just been awfully consistent all the way through. So that's what I watch for. You know, and it's really interesting to see how that comes together throughout that morning. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that's what I look for it. That's what helps me look at, like, who I think may make it or have a run at it. And that's not always correct, you know.
Okay, so Big Pimpin's question really was about getting into the tournament. How do you pay?
Oh, there's a variety of different ways to pay to get in. You know, we take.
Also, see you guys. I might come up in the morning.
Okay.
J.R. Raymond got to 204. That was his fill shot.
Yeah, answering the how to pay part, I mean, there's just a variety of different ways. You know, we could take payment over the phone. We process through Square. We could take PayPal or Venmo. Again, it's all tracking. We have to make sure that we're tracking everything properly. You can pay cash or check, but again, we register that all and we make sure that each payment's recorded for how we get it in there. You know, there's just a lot of different ways people can drop off a check, or how they're paying, they can send it through the mail to us. We try to make it as convenient as possible for everybody. Now, there's some payment methods that we don't take because we just haven't used them. But we try to make sure that there's an option available for everybody.
Convenience is key, huh? Yeah, you want to make sure people bowl.
Yeah, I mean, you know, but at the same time, some people don't want to pay with card. You know, there's some people that are very skeptical of, you know, using digital platforms. Myself, a little bit as well. You know, I don't probably pay for as many things online as I would unless I've done the research on them. Some people just don't want to do it. So we try to make something available. You know, some people feel more comfortable calling up and giving their info over the phone, which, you know, other people would say, well, I'm not going to just read off all my card info for somebody, you know. But yeah, it's just something different available for everybody to come in, you know. loads of questions on here that are not just Bradley related. It's interesting. I like to answer the different ones. Jim for the PBA, PWBA, PBA 50. I'm really happy to host any event, really. We've hosted the ladies several times. I love when they're here. I mean, for me personally, I've hosted their event 3 different times, once at Eastland, twice here. You know, I was fortunate enough to be the location where Dasha shot 300.
Yep.
You know, so always a pleasure to be part of an iconic moment in bowling. You know, and of all people she bowls it against, it's Liz Johnson, who is arguably the greatest female bowler of all time. So yeah, I like hosting any event. You know, we've hosted youth events here of every caliber that you can think of. We've hosted local and state tournaments, obviously the Bradley here, PWBA events, high school national events, TNBA events. I mean, anything that you can think of, we've hosted in this house, with the exception of Junior Gold, which I'd love for Junior Gold to come to Louisville, but that hasn't come about as of yet. So if I have the availability and it works out in the schedule, I would be interested in seeing what the PBA had to offer, and any event had to offer. So hopefully that answers that question. Is that Park Point on there?
Yeah.
How a large center like Executive stays profitable. I always believe that I'm a big numbers guy myself, but I work for arguably the smartest number guy I've ever met in Larry Schmitto. You know, I always tend to walk into the room and believe I'm one of the smartest people in there, and it's not being cocky or arrogant, it's just confidence in my ability of what I'm doing. But I think I can learn something from that man every time I step in the room, and he's arguably one of the smartest businessmen I've ever met in my life. So, you know, he's got a solid plan all the time to keep the centers profitable. I think that it's got to be a mix and a combination. And believe me, if someone would have talked to me 5, 6, 7 years ago, as much as I love the game and I love leagues and tournaments, you know, I wasn't always as receptive, and some would say I'm still not always receptive to their points and what they're looking for business. You know, I've learned a lot from Larry. I think he's a great coach of people, and you know, it's a whole scope really of everything. I think that's what Strike and Spare look at. To me, that's slightly different than a lot of other centers. You know, you're not only looking at the league and the tournament side, which the league and tournament bowlers don't always understand. You've got to look at the open bowl and the parties and the birthday parties and the special events and corporate events, and then you do catering and food and beverage, and heck, we park cars in our parking lot during big events, you know. So it's just multifunctional that helps facilities stay profitable. I think if you stay in a box, really, you know, if your perspective is only one way, it's not going to work. I think the best story I can give to anybody, I had a couple 2 years ago. They were pitching that they wanted to build a big bowling center somewhere in Kentucky that only hosted leagues and they only hosted tournaments, and they wanted all this stuff, and they wouldn't have open bowling. And they were like, Jace, what do you think about that? I said, well, you just tell me when Strike and Spare will buy you out, and then we'll make the business profitable for you. And again, it's not trying to be disrespectful or dampening someone's dreams. It's just not a reality anymore. The days where you think that you can just fill a house just with leagues, it's just not there. You know, you have to look at everything that helps to make the business profitable. And so all of these parts they should be in harmony, right? And if you don't think they are, then the perspective needs to be looked at a little different. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I'm telling you that you have to take a little bit of a step back. Open bowling comes in and they're looking for fun. I've been taught this a lot by two people specifically, in Ron Schmitto and in Philip Cox, that you're trying to create an atmosphere for your facility, whether it's music or games or different ways of greeting and specials that you're doing, and those parts help the league players, right? Open bowlers don't care about what the lanes look like or what oil we've got on them or what the pins are like or how the pattern plays. The bowlers do. We all care about that. If we don't have the open bowlers coming in and paying full price on a regular basis, it's not going to help us get all these other pieces that we want. And I respect people's opinion, and they're entitled to it, and they're always going to give it of what can be better, bigger, what you can buy. But, you know, I believe whatever people's opinion are of myself or Larry, for example, the perspective is making the business succeed and being a harmonious thing from one to the other to make it work for everybody. So, again, I give long-winded answers. I apologize. But, you know, I can't get my perspective across in 2 or 3 words. You know what I mean?
No, I feel that. The confusion there for Big Pimpin'. Love the name, by the way. He was talking about payment or taking payment, which is now.
Oh, yeah, I can take payments now. Sorry.
Yes, now.
I would tell everybody, though, if you're looking at paying, wait till we issue the early bird date. You know, if you want to and you are adamant that you want to pay me $360 right now, I will take your $360 payment. But I would encourage everybody, because I like to see people save as much money as possible. We do an early bird. It's typically right around August 1st is around the time, August to September 1st. We put it out there. It's a $250 entry. I do it for the first 30 people that get in. Before, we've done a couple more people, so it just really depends. But I would encourage you to wait until August, September, and get one of those early birds. But entries are open now. I will take them tomorrow. I will take them tonight. Someone could walk up to me today and say that they want to pay for next year. I will take their payment and I'll put them on the roster. So.
Well, there you have it. Score sheets, making sure you get those turned in.
Yep.
We will remain live until that top 40 cut announcement is made. And everyone is officially done with competition. It was an interesting 6 games. Very similar to what we saw during both qualifying rounds. Some up and down.
Yeah.
You know, I think you definitely saw some players maybe try a few different things. I think some players if they had success, certainly earlier today, had some variation of what they were attempting to do earlier that may have worked. And in some capacities, we see a little bit different. I'm still wondering what J.R. Raymond, if he actually did play the gutter for the entire 6-game block. We know he did it for 2, and certainly guessing that he did it for the middle 4. But the real question is, what's going to be 40th? Will there be a tie? And we'll be all waiting this time. We did not get Game 5, so we'll be all waiting for Game 6 to come through.
Yeah, we are ahead of pace this year, because I think last year we were sitting here at about.
It was midnight.
At least, yeah. Yeah. I would say that for my now old 43-year-old body that turned that age on the 21st, I like sleep a little bit earlier, you know. So I don't mind us getting done a little earlier and getting to it. But if we have a tie and we watch another game, then thank you. You know, it's always fun to watch. I've watched a couple ties. I think the last one that I watched was I think Zeke Bate was a tie. Might have been the first year you were here. Was it?
That was last year. I don't think there was no, maybe there wasn't.
It might have been Craig's last year.
Maybe there wasn't.
But I know it was Zeke, and Zeke was the last man, and they had to bowl their way in.
I tell you, I never forget roll-offs.
No, it's always interesting.
Some quick funny story too. So Daniel Parrish
Yeah.
and I, of course, used to work at USBC at the same time, and we both did the same, had the same kind of role: live stream, go do events,
Yeah.
communication, media, etc. So we were at the U.S. Open. I think it was 2019, and there was a roll-off for the final spot to advance to the catcher's round. And as I just told you, we don't typically pray for roll-offs, right? I've never seen someone more excited to be involved in a roll-off than Daniel at that time. And he's rushing down, and we're trying to, making sure we had cameras, all and stuff, but we had to run a few cables.
Yeah.
And I just remember looking at him and telling him, like, Rook, your ways will change, but I'm going to let you have your moment right now.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Be with you. I'll probably see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, you bet. What time are you going to get there? 4? So we're probably going to start at like 5?
Yep.
Actually, Matt, that's a great question. I don't know if you, well, I assume maybe you're talking about Jeremy Thomas, but Jeremy Thompson could also have a website for his tournaments. But I'm assuming you're talking about Jeremy Thomas, who was just here.
Yeah.
You can follow him, Thomas Tournaments, on Facebook.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if he's got a website, but he's definitely all over Facebook. Like Emil said, it's on Thomas Tournaments. You can just look on there, and like I said, Jeremy's done a great job. I mean, I didn't know Jeremy from Adam when he first came in here, and being 100% transparent, he'd originally gone to another local facility, and they completely shot him down. All he wanted to do is run some 9-pin no taps, and he had some better ideas with it. And
yeah, he was telling that story a little bit earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not going to talk poorly about other facilities. I'm pretty blunt and straightforward with what I've got to say for stuff. But in this part, he went to a different facility, and they didn't want to give him a chance. And he came here, and I told him, I said, look, man, I said, if it makes sense for you and it makes sense for me, and we can sit down and bounce some ideas off each other. And he just ran with it. The 9-pin no taps went great, and then he did some other events. Then he's done some doubles, and his trios sell out every month, and the payouts are always great. It's a fair price for the facility, and it's a great event for the bowlers. And now some said facilities want to jump on that bandwagon. And you get it, and I get it as a business operator. You want to deal with something that's successful, but I'll always be supportive for Jeremy's events. I think he does great. They run well. They're pretty smooth. He's always constantly looking to improve and grow and make them better. So, yeah, I mean, if anyone's interested, just check out his Facebook page. He's always posting on the events. There's always something different to be involved in and get out and do. So it's definitely worth a look.
Just dropped that group, Jeremy's Thomas Tournaments group page.
Yep.
In there.
Fucking Cody Shoemaker.
Oh, Coach Box with the senior division question. I think you were on when no, maybe you weren't. Maybe you weren't around.
What am I missing?
He asked, would you consider a senior division for your tournament?
I've looked at different stuff before. I mean, that's again going back to like format and changes. I used to see not a lot of youth bowlers or ladies or seniors come out and participate. And so we'd put in a rule at one point that the highest finishing senior, lady, or youth, if they did not naturally progress to the cashier's round, they automatically advanced. You know, and I saw the arguments on both sides. Some people were really upset with it because they got bumped from a person that they believed didn't earn the spot. On the flip side of that, the idea was always to promote for more ladies or youth or seniors to come out and bowl. And then bit by bit, we've modified that back because we would then start having a senior bowler make it every time. I would guarantee you that when we see what who the top 40 are, excuse me, we'll have a senior in that lineup. There's 3 ladies that are bowling. I think maybe 4 that were bowling this evening.
There were several were close to the number as well. Brianna Andrew was very close after about 3.
Yeah, and I think Brianna Clemmer wasn't that far behind either. She's
Correct.
48th on the list. So, and Brianna's had a long day through. She's one of those 8 individuals that came through the reentry. But again, we started to see ladies advance to the top 40, and then the youth were the same way. So I don't know if I'd ever go to just creating a specific event or category just for seniors, ladies, or youth. I think it's panned out pretty well right now. I will say something that my wife Brandy's been very adamant to do. We're very interested in running a youth-specific Bradley Open.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
You know, it's something different. We've been very involved and active in youth bowling for obvious reasons. I mean, we've got kids that bowl ourselves. But just to give something else back for them to bowl in, you know, try to make the scholarship money great for the kids that need it and need to use it. And just to bowl on an event like this, we had quite a few youth that bowled this weekend. But I think if it was the right time and right time of the year, you obviously don't want to conflict with other great events that are going, like Junior Gold or Teen Masters. But to give them something different, I think you'd be able to speak on this much more than I would, that it's probably a pattern that they've never seen like this before.
Yeah, more than likely. But you know, youth, I mean, they run to the challenge.
Yes, I agree.
So they would be all about having something like this.
Right. Yeah, and I agree with you. You know, it's not that the older guys like myself wouldn't come out for it, but I think the kids would run through a brick wall to get there, where we would kind of be thinking about what we're doing first.
Waiting on the top 40 cut number to be announced, and that'll officially put the bow on Saturday here at the Bradley. Lori, good question again. 9 a.m. Eastern. 9 a.m. Eastern. Cashers round scheduled to begin.
Yep.
6 more games for those 40 players, and then once those games are complete, we will move on with the top 8 to bracket match play. Best 2 out of 3 until we get a champion.
Yep, and that is accumulated pinfall for the 12 games. So it's the 6 that they've bowled this evening, and the 6 that they bowl tomorrow morning. And it's like I said before, man, as well, that just because you're sitting in 40th, you're by far not out of it. You know, I've seen some amazing jumps. I said about Smallwood, and people can say, you know, he's a multi-time PBA champion and a major champion, and maybe that's why he made that move. But I've seen a lot of big moves from spots that you wouldn't expect, because someone just gets on the tear on Sunday morning and it just goes their way. So
appreciate all the questions. Another good night, certainly throughout. It got a little iffy from the standpoint of we had some the delay kind of threw some things off, and so we didn't get a game 5. So we actually don't really have a good idea on who was where.
Excuse me.
When you get to where you're looking at the 40th spot. So we will be, you know, finding out, and I'm probably not surprised in some degree, but you know, you never know. There was a ton of room to move for 40th place. I mean, and there were several players who were within 20 to 30 pins back.
Yeah, I mean, it's never something I want to see us get to the end and we don't have a game 5. You know, I think there's definitely there's some surprises when we see the top 40. There'll be names that will be like, how did they jump, and what did they do to get there? And then there'll be other ones that have dropped off, and I'm not a big surprise fan, so having that thrown in there at the end of the night is not on a tournament director's perspective, not what you always want to see, but it'll definitely be interesting. I would expect anyone that was in the top 25 and higher was probably relatively safe unless something drastically went wrong.
All right, thank you guys for your patience.
There it is. It's coming.
A couple lane issues and whatnot. Your cut, your 40th place, making it to tomorrow. Benjamin Martinez at -79.
Benjamin Martinez at -79.
Kim Boldy +35. Your current leader is Graham Falk at +153. Remember, bowlers, these scores do carry over to tomorrow. We'll be starting check-in at 8 o'clock a.m. We will start bowling promptly at 9 o'clock.
Okay. Well, we got it. So,
Everyone, please be safe getting home to your hotel or wherever you're going.
want to thank Justin too for all of
At the tournament office.
his hard work and
Thank you.
making sure to give me rosters and standings and all of the above. All right, so 40th place was -79. -79. That was Benji Martinez. He advances, gets himself a check, and you never know, might have a chance to make a run.
Yeah, and that jumped a little bit there from where David was at. I mean, he was -44 at the time. So it's gone up another 35 pins in 2 games. And I don't think Benji was in there at first. No, 45. He was 45th at the time. He'd just gone 159, 175, 179, 236. So that definitely started that turn. I mean, he was on 749 at the time, and he was, not much out, 7 sticks out of the cut. But you still have to make that move up to get in there.
I look forward to seeing the full list. We'll go grab that as soon as we get off the air. Maybe talk a little bit about it tomorrow. Kim Bowlby, again, past champion at +35. He's 8th. And then Graham Fa is your leader with, in first at +153.
Yeah, and again, that's a pretty good jump right there. He was +95 after 4. He's gone another 50. Kim's gone back just a little bit from where he was at. Down about 9 pins on average from where he was. So it'd be interesting to see. I mean, there's a lot of people that are close there, and I'd like to see that final.
Stoney, that's a great question. One I don't have the answer to yet because A.J. Rice could have given it a run. We don't know. When I do get that standing sheet before we leave, I will post it to the Bowlstream TV Facebook page. And so just keep an eye out for that page. I will kind of ensure that I make sure to do that to see 1 through 40. You want to get it now?
Yeah,
Oh,
I've got someone running to grab one real quick. I'm interested to see where they're at as well.
All right, so hang tight. We'll go through it hopefully in just a minute or two. I appreciate you guys hanging out late, staying up late.
Any other interesting questions the chat's had in the time I wasn't in here? Anything that stands out?
No, they kind of tailor the questions around the respective guest.
Yeah.
At the time, Coach Box he asked about the senior division thing this morning. So
Yeah.
actually glad you were here to mention that or talk about that. Outside of that, I don't think so. I think most are. I do think we've had a lot of new viewers to this event, which is good.
Yeah, that's great.
And so there's been just questions about the event itself, format, etc., and so forth. And there will be a prize fund sheet. There probably already is one, and we can talk about that tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I'll have that. I've actually had it ready throughout the afternoon. Like I said, there's been a couple of things behind the scenes that we've been working on, but that's ready to go. Yep, this is the final top 40 list here, sir. So I will hand that over to you to read off. I mean, there's definitely some people that have jumped in there. There you go.
Okay, let's see. Graham 5 first at 153. Mitch Beasley was second at plus 102. Matt Zweig was third at plus 86. Cam Crow fourth at plus 74. Brett Shepard fifth at plus 56. Keith Schooler sixth at plus 53. Kyle Troop seventh at plus 44. Kim Bowlby eighth plus 35 as mentioned. Tom Doherty was ninth at plus 31. Jerry Morris 10th at plus 25. J.R. Raymond 11th at plus 16. Dan Higgins at plus 15, is 12th. A couple of players at plus 5, Nate Stubler and Brandon Biondo tied for 13th. Two players even, tied for 15th. Rick McCormick and Justin Knowles. Two players tied at minus 10. Joe Grondin and Bailey Maverick. Man, there was the possibility of a tie. Jalen Mosley, minus 11. Matt Staniger, minus 28. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's see. So, is it Slawball? How do you pronounce it?
Slayball.
Slayball.
I believe.
Let's see. Slayball, Halen, Nordhaus, David Stouffer, Braden Fowler, Cody Shoemaker, Brandon Coombs, Austin Kohler, Parker Spencer, J.T. Trepesky, Matthew Wasowski, Zach Tackett, Jordan Bryant, Chad Perry. Brianna Clemmer did advance to tomorrow. Looks like she is the only woman to do so. Carlos Granados actually made a run there to get in. Sam Wooten is in. R.J. Kern is in. Daniel Farish is in. And Benji Martinez was 40th. Josh Lewis just missed the number by 2 pins. Lance Morris missed it. Actually, Lance Morris missed the number by 4 pins. Steve Novak just missed out. Zach Newman. Trent Mitchell just missed it. Boy, it was close.
Yeah.
It was close for a lot of players, as I thought it would.
I mean, who was the biggest jump on there? Who was the...
That's hard to say.
I mean, looking at from 4, you had at game 4,
I don't know. I mean,
Lance Morris, Zeke Bate.
Carlos,
They were all in the cut. Mike Moore was in the cut.
Carlos Granados was like out of the number for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, Brianna was down there as well. I mean, she was 48th at that point.
And she finishes 35th.
Did Joseph Grondin make it in?
He did. He was 17th.
That's a jump there. I mean, at that time, he was 49th after 4.
221, 211, 235. Again, and that could have been 260.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, every bit of it. Stouffer made a good jump. I mean, the last look we had, we was tied for 40th. Finished 24th.
Correct. 229 on the end.
That's another big jump. Zach Tackett was in it, wasn't he?
Yes, he finished 32nd. 2020.
After 4, he was 52nd.
205, 207.
And, you know, again, that's not a huge number if people are looking at it from normal tournament perspectives. But 2020
Correct.
jumped him 20 spots.
It's like junior gold.
Yeah.
Jackson Styles finished in 64th. He shot 1083 tonight for 6.
Was definitely a lot of jumps on there. Definitely a lot of jumps. After 4, the top 8 were Graham Farr, Kyle Troop, Brett Shepard, Keith Schooler, Mitch Beasley, Justin Knowles, Kim Ballaby, and is it Matt Zewig?
Zweig.
So that was the top 8 at that time.
AJ Rice did not advance. We will have a new champion at the Bradley Open in 2023. Finished at 1089 and 61st. And Steve Novak gave it a run. He shot 242 in game 6. That was nearly it. Appreciate this list. Thank you so much. I still will take a photo of it and post it online. Until then, anything else?
Yeah, I think the only other thing I was looking at, maybe you can do a little more research and let me know how many lefties to righties made it in. It's always the interesting question.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can look at that.
I mean, I know.
Not tonight, though.
Not tonight. You know, but off the top, for the top 8, you've got 3 lefties in there that I see. Graham, Mitch is righty. I think
Yep.
Matthew's a righty, correct?
Yep.
Cameron's lefty. Brett's righty. Keith, righty.
Keith Schooler.
Schooler.
Yes, he's right-handed.
Kyle Troop, obviously right-handed. Kim Ballaby, left. Tom, right. Jerry Mars, right. J.R. Raymond, right. Dan Higgins, right. That's as far as I'm getting before my brain starts to slow down this evening. So, you know, it seems proportionally right. You know, you see some other names in there for lefties. Your Justin Knowles and Tyler Slayball, and that's all I'm seeing off the top of my head. I know that there's more in here, but that's a question I get every year. You know, they feel like the number for maybe the lefties is a little bit easier than the righties, but I think proportionally it always works out pretty well.
Let me make sure I take my photos. Folks, want to thank all of you, first and foremost, for hanging out, watching all day long. Been a full day, literally full day of the Bradley Open, and it culminates tomorrow morning. Actually, tomorrow afternoon, but we get started again at tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on Boldstream TV. Big thanks to all of our sponsors: QubicaAMF, Motiv, Classic Products, CTD, Creating the Difference, High Five Gear, and 7 Leaf here locally in town. I want to thank the tournament staff, everyone here at Executive Strike and Spare, certainly the players, making it interesting as they always do. Our tournament director, Jason Utchwald, for joining me. Our guest today, Tony Preston, as well as Victor Varner. Don't forget, again, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Cashers round, top 40 will be back on the lanes for 6 more games, and then we'll cut the field to the top 8, and we'll be moving on to match play. Until then, have a good night, folks. We will see you then. This has been a presentation of the Bradley Open 2023 edition. You watched it live and only on Boldstream TV. Good night.